Okay, so sorry about that. I just also had to be sure of my own audio. Forgive me for any playback you might have heard of that. Greetings, folks. My senators and inductees, my name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Hey there, Bear Type. Good to see you again. Hopefully you are well in both health and in spirit today. Hope you enjoy your stay. I'm doing all right. I mean, as of lately anyway. I'll explain myself shortly. Um, you're super sick, so you're not really good. I'm sorry you're sick. Hopefully you get to feeling better soon. That sucks. Illness is rough. Whether it be of the cold flu variety or something more serious. I do hope you get to feeling better real soon. Um, Before we get started, I will go ahead and roll out the usual thank you carpets the usual appreciation carpet. Thank you so much to Mr. Rowan Darcy and Devious Grace for their subscription packages. Please enjoy the benefits of said packages, and while I don't have any current one-off patrons or donators, I would like to thank them all the same. The contributions mean more than I can really express into words. Hello there, HBK. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and spirit. That's the wrong thing. Hope you enjoy your stay. Reading the comment before moving onward. You love this game. Your brother and I have beaten it twice. You've mentioned that a few times, yes. I mean, that's good. Glad you've beaten it twice. It means you've gotten, like seriously good replay value out of it. And I did see your message. Thank you so much for expressing your preference in my DMs, HBK. I did see it. Thank you. We'll go ahead and switch screens, do the necessary re-thingamajigging of the setup, because I almost always have to do that. First, bookkeeping. We got to do bookkeeping before I can even get into the what happened last time. So I would like to formally apologize for Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday, I was, let's just say I wasn't feeling great. And then as for Thursday, I switched from kind of being meh physically to being meh mentally. I know I put a post out on this. I try to live the day by day, but let's see. I'm thinking, oh, that's right. I got really tired Wednesday. That's right. I had a haircut. Kind of hard to notice with the triangle frame, I know, but I got a haircut, I got lunch, I was super tired, woke up. By the time I woke up Wednesday, realized it was too late to really stream, and then Thursday, yeah, mentally, like, just was not feeling it for whatever reason, didn't even say anything. That part is the part I truly have to be sorry about. The rest is more of well, this type of stuff happens sometimes. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I hope to earn it instead. Cool haircut? Well, I appreciate the compliment, Bear Type. I mostly just got it shortened a significant chunk. I'm gonna be trying to look for some rosemary and avocado oil to see if I'm really balding. I had a nice long chat with the stylist about it. She seems to think that if it's truly genetic, of course there's nothing to do about it, but maybe perhaps some sort of activator oil would help out. So I'm going to try that. And hopefully I won't have to shave my head for many, many more long years, because I do not want to be called a neo-Nazi by friends and random strangers alike, because that's usually what happened to me the last time I went bald. Now, I think I've done the absolutely positively necessary bookkeeping. Now let's get to actually describing what happened last time, and then we can, play the game, because that's really what people are looking for. Last time, we actually wrapped up getting a whole bunch of Koroks in the Lake Hylia area, as well as the Faron Woodlands, Faron Jungles, as well as the foothills and Mount Floria, even Lake Floria. There may be one or two Koroks I really need to go back over with a fine-tooth comb to make sure I haven't missed them. But for the most part, we've got a good chunk of them. We even managed to do some shrines. I would like to think we've gotten some incredibly good progress Monday, the last time we streamed. This time, we're going to... Oh, also, we managed to unite a pair of lovers on Tuft Mountain here. That's pretty much the last thing that we did. This time, we're going to comb back over the coast, look at and find any Koroks we need to find. Maybe you know, putz around a bit in Lurelin Village, and then I will need to update you guys on the voting procedure because we're fast approaching when it's becoming due. In fact, I expect it to be due by tomorrow at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys will get a notice of that in the Discord if you hadn't voted yet or whatnot. Now, let me go ahead and comb over the YouTube comments or YouTube chat before we continue. What do you think about the Nintendo Direct? Haven't watched. I've seen the headlines for it, but I've not watched. I will probably try to watch it on Saturday because I'm not going to be doing anything that day, and you know, that'll give me all the time to come over gaming news, if anything. Although I am no Captain Corgi. You'll have to check him out if you want gaming news on the regular. No problem, HBK. Beard Type then said, I'm working on getting all the pictures. Just want to get them. Oh, you're talking about the memories, right? Also, let me adjust the lighting 1 second. Not really anything good. I have heard the opinions circling around, and mid was definitely a word that came to mind when it came to the trailer, like the Nintendo Direct. I saw like what was it? Abdallah Smash, you know, Johnny Awesome, and maybe even Nintendo Capri Sun. There were a couple of prominent figures that were watching the I say a couple, several prominent figures that watched the Nintendo Direct. I did not get a scope of their opinions, though. You like the haircut? Thank you, HBK. It's currently slicked down with moisture, so I'll have to wait till it dries. But yeah, I just essentially got it tapered around the ears and cut a certain length all the way around, mainly. I think everyone just wants the 2025 games. I'm gonna presume that's what that means. Or whatever's for the Switch 2, because this was the last Switch 1 Direct, wasn't it? Is that correct? Okay, let's get to gaming, but one last thing before we do. If you guys want to follow along with all the Koroks that we will be grabbing, because there are 900 of them, and we have gotten a little over 600 of them, or pretty close to 600 of them. No, a bit closer to 630 of them. If you guys want to follow along with all that stuff, you guys can type in, for you guys on YouTube, it'll be asterisk BOTWMAP. That'll get you access to the interactive map that I'm using to grab all these Koroks, because a lot of them are in random locations that I can't be arsed to fumble around and find on my own. 600? Yeah, 600 and... I think it was like 627 or 29 when I last played. I can get to a loading screen real quick and figure out, you know, that number for you. But yeah, we're over 2/3 of the way done. I'm feeling pretty good about that, all things considered. So, let's go back to the shrine, and I can get you the exact number, and then we can start finding Koroks. 633. Never mind. 633. So, other things I can talk about from a content production standpoint during the hour before, you know, we get into game navigator mode, as I like to call it sometimes. So, Dragon Quest XI. I probably have to go to grind up a whole new file to record a segment that I thought I had recorded. that's what's gonna have to happen. Episode number 22, of which people who have the paid Discord benefits can see that those released thumbnails early. Yeah, I have the thumbnail all ready to go. I started editing like the video Monday. Turned out I never had it. So guess what I get to go do? I get to go play the game from start to finish. It's like right here. Well, not start to finish. Sorry, from start until the point that I'm wanting to record from. And then I get to do that part all over again. Yuck, yikes. But that, on the bright side, that is the only video, or the only, like, part of the Let's Play that this will be happening to, and it's the only recording I seem to be missing, among other things. So that gets to be fun. I actually kind of shut down for a little bit when I found that out. I just stopped doing anything related to content. I had to figure out what I was going to do about that. Now, if it turns out that one of the files that we have access to, or one of the files I have access to in Dragon Quest XI, if it turns out that one has gone back sufficiently in time, I can of course use it, and that'll be quite good for us. You know, then everything will be fine. But I'm not buying... Oh, I'm not buying the chances of that happening. You're welcome. My brother has the same haircut. I see. I tend to get my hair done in a pretty simplistic manner, although I'm quite confident this stylist never actually did it the way I asked. I just kind of, like, accepted what happened. Let's see. I guess we could check around the Eris Beach area. There's, like, what, a couple of... Okay, there's actually nothing there. So yeah, let's make the next one, like, here. Sure. I get my hair done pretty simply. I ask them to buzz it down all the way to ½ an inch around, which of course is obviously not this stuff. If it's dangling in front of my face, I know it's more than ½ an inch. It's more like an inch and a quarter or something like that. Oh, no, you guys don't. Yeah, I'm not playing this game with you. Come on, come closer. So I can make you drop your weapons. But yeah, just buzzed, you know, down to ½ an inch in length, all the way around, tapered around the ears. It's essentially a modified buzz cut, or like a high and tight. It's, no, it's strictly a buzz cut now that I'm thinking on it. Yeah, go back over there and grab your weapon. I've worn my hair in a variety of short styles. The only thing I haven't really done is like mohawk or, you know, pompadour, that type of thing. That, I tend to prefer corpo haircuts. That's the best way I know how to describe it, is I'm very much you never know who you're gonna meet around the corner. You don't know if you're going to bump into an influential dignitary or your next future employer. And so, dressing like you could be hired right there on the spot is just never a bad idea. At least in my honest opinion. And that means hair, face, being well-groomed, well-kept. What's that? Oh, that's what I heard. Unfortunate. Now, where are these bats? I wouldn't say I have immaculate dress or anything, but there's a reason why I've got dress shirts on pretty much all the time. And it's strictly because you just never know who you're gonna meet next. Now, in private, yeah, you know, I'm a tad bit more relaxed on the day-to-day, but all right, are you all right, good sir?
Oh.
I ran away from Lurelin village, just up the road. The whole place stinks of cut-up bait and fish guts. Well, that's no life for me. I'm gonna make my living as a scavenger, fishing around Hyrule's rubble for neat stuff. Not much choice since I can't swim. Oh, that's actually quite sad. You know, you can't swim and you're in a village full of fishermen and fisherwomen who expect you to be able to swim and fish. That must feel awful. Have you considered, you know, going to Hiteno village or somewhere else where maybe your more entrepreneurial spirit could sort of take hold, Regan?
Huh?
Go ahead, laugh. I don't care. I'll get back in a bit. No problem, bear type. See you when I see you. Hopefully, you get to feeling better real soon. Fishing is for suckers. I can make plenty of money without sitting on a dock all day. I'm not laughing. I mean, fun fact, Coin can't swim either. I can't even tread water. I can't even float without thinking through the, like, necessary technique to float. Without, you know, puffing my chest out to try to, like, make myself more buoyant. I know what this feels like on a personal level. And that horse is off. But, you know, Regan, if you don't want to die, maybe I suggest... I mean, this is pretty along the main road. I guess it's fair. It's just... Come on, man. Don't people in Lurelin village train their children how to swim? He says while being unable to swim himself. Now, I've actually had swimming lessons before. They never really took to me, you know. Well, kind of like I can't take to the water without drowning. I'm certainly, you know, I'm certainly no mallard duck. Water, in fact, does not roll off my back. I do, in fact, get drenched in water. I don't sink, but I surely can't swim. I could go on and on. But, here's a fun question for folks. Can you swim? Can you climb? That's something else I can't do, by the way. Or are there any, you know, other parkour navigational skills that you have access to? The most I could do is, you know, give me a book, and I'll do a better job at Christopher McCandless. I'll do a better job than Christopher McCandless about, you know, not mixing up herbs. That was kind of a dark joke. Sorry, but, you know, what I mean to say is... at least I'll know what to eat out in the wilderness if I'm given, you know, some kind of resource to help navigate. You love the element weapons? I also love the element weapons, HBK. I have used them many times on this stream. Many times. Hold on. No, you don't. The frost ones are my... Actually, I take that back. The lightning ones are a personal favorite, but the frost ones are not that far behind. And it's not that I don't like the flaming weapons. I just like them the least. Excuse me. The mouth stuck together there. It's just the combo. It's the combo. It's the frost shock combo The frozen enemies create a wet surface for electric weapons to strike on. It's amusing. It's like the top tier combo. It does the most damage. Hits things in an area. It's good. It's so good. At least in my opinion. Although if you're gonna use a flaming weapon, the meteor rod it is best for that. Or if you need to create updrafts. Like, it's not that flaming weapons aren't useful. I just have less of an appeal or affinity for them. Okay, I could... Oh, actually, you know what? I can see that one. It's like over there. And it's in the shape of a heart, too, from what I could see. That's a cute touch. Say what you will about the Koroks. At least the devs, you know, had some attention to detail on these things. Come on. Yep, thank you. And it's not even a hard one either. These ones are, quite honestly, not... These ones are visible on the map. That's the biggest reason why I don't really have gripes with these. Even for the stone circles that have like 3 that you need to place, you've got tools to do it. Not only do you have tools to do it, also I know exactly where that is. Cool. Is that the 1 ring or the 3 ring? It's the big one. Okay. See you over there, choo-choos. I hate when choo-choo jelly rolls in front of my weapons. It's such a waste of ingredients. Oh well. So, what other bookkeeping things do I need to get out of the way during the first hour? Working on the Amnesia series, still working on it. Haven't given up. Just because I have well, okay, I have slumps in content creation. It does happen sometimes where something will happen, I get demotivated, I need to go work out whatever, like, I have to go work out the symptoms of my demotivation, and then I'm back to it as soon as it's over. I would say in large part, the longest period of demotivation for content I've had is when I was going to a 4-year university. There was just a lot on my plate. I had to stop what I was doing and, you know, focus on school, because that's important. But whatever free time I did have, I certainly didn't want to spend it you know, recording. I wanted to be able to just vegetate for a bit. I'm a former STEM major. I love learning about the sciences and mathematics. And even, you know, world history. I enjoy the subjects well enough. Just, you know, that's mentally taxing. And gaming, well, I guess, well, gaming is, like, mentally taxing, right? Because this game is not... How do I word this? It's not Pong. It's not, you know, like an auto-clicker simulator. You like Frost and Flame both? Yeah, I wonder if there is a combo for those. That might be worth experimenting with. I don't think so. I think the only verifiably powerful combo is, Frost and Shock, but we could demonstrate it on the next enemy. Okay. We could just kind of go up and down the coast here. Next one looks to be... Ooh, this one looks like it's gonna be on a fort. Okay. I was gonna go somewhere with what I was saying. Do I have a flaming weapon? I do not have a flaming weapon. That's okay. We'll just have to use the rod instead. Right. Whenever I get in content creation slumps, I just gotta work through it. Other than, you know, when something important actually comes up and I just have to stop what I'm doing. Like, that's just... That's how life works, everybody. That's how life works. But in most other cases, like what happened Wednesday and Thursday, it's just, I was super tired and then felt super blah, and then now I've kind of snapped back to where I'm not going in the correct direction. I'd like to think I've snapped back. This is it, right? It's like fairy lights or something? Really? You know what I find interesting? That there's actually... I thought those palm trees had just palm fruit on them. I apparently didn't know there were apples there. Hey there, Not Kaylee. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing in health and in spirit? Hopefully you're doing well. I'm just gonna go ahead and pick that sledgehammer up. You've come in at a good time. We're collecting Koroks seeds in our, you know, ever closer stride toward 900 Koroks seeds. Okay, I didn't want to have to use this. I think I'm going to have to use that. I'm alright. Going to your dance lessons in 7 minutes. Oh. What? That's nice. How often do you have dance lessons, and what kind of dances are you learning? If and you don't mind my asking. Oh, you know what it is? I should have figured out that the apple tree, or the apples on the palm tree wasn't correct. That's what should have happened. Oh well. It's good to know that the apple in the palm tree was a sign of Korok. Next one looks like it's probably on top of this building, or there's another apple or something that we have to go find. Ooh, nice shrooms. Wasn't expecting those. You have on Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday? Awesome. Afro, street dance, and K-pop? That sounds awesome. Do you enjoy the dance lessons? HBK on YouTube says, the Lurelin village coast is so beautiful. It is. Look, I'm not a beach person, but I can really appreciate the coastline. I certainly wouldn't mind living on a beach, although I would probably not enjoy the sand very much. Drop down. It's probably on top of this tree here. You do enjoy them, Not Kaylee? That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that for what that's worth. Sometimes you get the forced, like, activities because parents want to be able to do parental things. So it's nice that you're enjoying the activity and it's not forced on you. Trying to remember an activity I had when I was a young kid. Oh, here in the US, before it shut down, there was a place called Fort Discovery? It was the Discovery building, like there in Augusta, and Augusta, Georgia, and inside the Discovery Building was a whole bunch of science exhibits. Like, people could go in, and it was basically a place for mainly biology, physics, and computer exhibits. Not a whole bunch of chemistry. Chemistry exhibits are hard, unless you're talking about machinery that can process, like, energy spectrums, a spectrometer, stuff like that. But it was fun. It wasn't all fun. I actually had, like, camp time classes there. This was decades ago, like in the mid 2000s. I hadn't even graduated high school yet. But learning about the sciences and computer programming was fun. I enjoyed it. It's just too bad it's no longer around. There are a lot of, science exhibit type places, science museums that aren't really functional anymore. Okay, I have to look at this Koroks seed. Enjoy the dance lessons. Not Kaylee, because I know that time has probably already passed. On top of the inn, there are 3 palm tree trunks. Yellow flower trail. What? Alright, let me figure this out. Yellow flower trail. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong spot. That's what it is. So if I look at this, there's like a flower... There's like a flower trail in another location, and I'm just not... Hello, ma'am. Hello, Kiana. What should I cook for tonight's dinner? Hey! Make your seafood paella. It's so good and yummy and great. That settles it. I'll make some seafood paella. Yay! We seem to be a bit short on ingredients, though. We'll need goat butter and a hearty blue shell snail. I'm so busy with housework that I don't have time to go shopping for ingredients. Oh, I know. Could you go and get me the ingredients we're missing? Sure. Really? I'm happy to hear that. I'll be waiting. Do I have the blue shell snail? I believe we already have it. Have the ingredients, ma'am. Oh, you have the ingredients. Can I have them? You can't have them. Standing Oscar for nothing. Sure, you can have them. All right, I'll take those then. Now to start cooking. Here's a little something. Since you found the missing ingredients, why don't you eat with us? It'll be done soon. Sure. And I believe we get the effect of the food as well, which is healing. Seafood paella, or paella, does not give you any other effect, because it uses things that, there are multiple effects from the ingredients, and so, yeah, you just cannot. No fisherman's birthday bash would be complete without this top-shelf seafood dish. Go on, dig in. It's delish. Fun fact, next month on April the 8th will be Coin's birthday. I'll be 33. And you know what I have scheduled for my birthday? Because it always falls on Masters Week here in the 2-state area that I'm part of. I have a recipe for seafood paella. I think it'll actually be chicken because my dad's allergic to shellfish. So I don't want to kill him in trying to eat something I enjoy. So the chicken paella is a nice compromise. But yeah, that's gonna be my plan. It's just a nice, quiet birthday dinner with my folks. I wish my sibling and my mom could be part of that, but regrettably, my mother will be at work and my sibling will be out on vacation. Well, I say vacation, it's more like a trip, but it's a trip with friends, so it might as well be a vacation given the times. I'm trying to figure out where the flower trail starts. It's like back here somewhere. I think I'm in the right spot. Oh, actually, I'm in the wrong spot. Of course I'm looking around for no reason. It's this one here. You like Hateno Village too? I think that's what that statement is. Yeah, Hateno Village is fine. I like all the villages in this game. Each one has a different atmosphere. Of course, none of them hold a candle to my personal favorite, Zora's Domain, because I am an ocean boy. Look, I'm not the biggest fan of beaches, but I do actually like oceans, for the record. Oceans, lakes, and so on. I'm a huge fan of those kinds of areas. So, nothing is ever gonna come close to the home of the fish people, but it's fine. Speaking of, out of all of the, like, major regional hubs in this game, for anybody who's not, like, where did that flower go? That flower just, that flower just disappeared. I know it didn't disappear, but I have to, like, find it now. Did it go? Ah, it's up here. It did say to climb the trees. What major regional hub do you guys like, if any? Which I guess includes these villages as well, like we've already been talking about. Okay, and I know that one is over there. And the last one should be on the other tree. Come on, I know it's up there somewhere. I just have to climb up to the top and try and, like, see, I guess. Oh, it's down there. What the heck? Let's see. What other villages and other Zelda titles do I like? I like Kakariko Village in Twilight Princess. I always thought that one was a pretty good one. And I quite like Skyloft in Skyward Sword, although I will admit that even though Skyward Sword is my favorite game, you know, Skyloft Village is a bit less than vibrant at times. At various points in Skyward Sword, it kind of just becomes, okay, buy the elixirs, make sure you've replaced your shield, make sure you've cycled your inventory out, you know, talk to Penelope, I think her name is, and maybe go exchange crystals at Betrot's place. Like, it kind of just becomes turn in central, and then you're right back out to the wilderness. You know, the land below the sky. Next month is your birthday. Nice, nice. And you'll be 50 then? Got anything planned for the Big 50? Big 50 is usually one of the ones that people have plans for. It's like, it's like, what are the big ones? Pretty much any birthday up until 16, then all the way up to 18, excuse me. Then 21, 25, and then it kind of, you know, the birthdays kind of fall off. But, like, the bigger ones, once they start falling off, are like 50, 65, 71, and 72. Okay, where is our lovely stone? Is it like... It's not up top. Okay, but what do you intend for me to do, game? Are you serious? We gotta... We got to knock over or knock on this stone. That's the only thing I could think to do. Something like this. Why else would there be... Yeah, that's not good enough. Usually the stones are like on the same level, or you bring them down. You usually don't bring them up somewhere. Really? I'm just gonna let that one be. I was worried that stone was gonna hit someone. Not that that really does much in, you know, Skyward's, or, Breath of the Wild. I guess we'll use this one. Maybe like this. Yeah, this one's good. All right. That one was a bit too high. Might have to go respawn this the area with stones. Let's hope we don't have to do that. So what? This is about 6 hits? 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. I think it had to be 7 hits. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. Please tell me there's an easier way. Are you serious? No, it actually, the map actually expressly states this is a pretty difficult one. Okay, well, not for a lack of trying, we might have to respawn this a few times. No! Oh my god. I might actually have to look this one up, ladies and gentlemen. Not that I don't know where this is, it's how to do it. Because we're definitely gonna lose out on some pretty potent weapons if I don't make this right. Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna go back to Hateno Village. That is the incorrect shrine. We're gonna go back to Hateno Village, and I'm gonna get the weapons out of storage that are cheap and disposable. And then, you know, as we, break them, I'll replace them with sledgehammers. That's gonna be the plan. This might be one of those, I need to use a two-handed weapon, not a one-handed weapon. That's gonna be up here. No, not really. Just hang with your family. Mom, bro, and sis. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm gaming my birthday to be. Hey, there's nothing wrong with quiet birthdays. And with me, I almost always, because my birthday's the 8th, right? And so here in my 2-state area, you know, I always fall afoul of Masters Week. I'm either in the middle of it, or I'm at the beginning or end of it. My birthday almost always squarely falls on Masters. The Masters golf course, for Augusta, Georgia. Pretty much everybody and like every tourist ever goes to the golf course. traffic is a nightmare. It's like settled once you get to like Wednesday, but then as soon as like Sunday or like the end of Masters Week shows up, well, you know, then the traffic picks back up again, and it's not particularly very fun. Okay, and we've already filled up on slots completely. Okay. For now, let's take these and go back over to Lurelin Village and try again. Oh, the traffic is the worst during Masters Week. Now, I don't mind if the city enjoys a good spot of tourism, but golf courses are kind of bad for the environment. Yeah, the lawn is curated, you know, it's watered, it's well groomed, it's taken care of on that level, but do you know how many chemicals and pesticides that the golf course management staff have to use? Do you know how toxic they are? And don't put infants on golf courses. They'll have an adverse reaction to it. I like that you can take crack shots at these animals, but you can't kill them, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately. I mean, it is these people's sources of milk and what have you. Alright, let's try this again. I'm putting a star by this until we do it. Yeah, I don't mind if the golf course is generating tourism, but it's not particularly good for the environment. And plus, it doesn't attract any young people to stay in the city. It's just, it is I better be careful with my words. It attracts the country bourgeoisie to stay in the city, slum it up for a week, and then leave, taking their tourism with them. So close, yet so far. I feel like I'm just short of the necessary hits to complete this. I don't know if I gotta get the positioning consistent or not. Yeah, it's gotta be like 6 exactly. And even then it'll just bounce over the thing. So I guess here's a question I can ask folks in the 6, okay. It's like between 5 and 6.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
I might need to, like, increase the distance. Something like this. I guess that timer, that little notice gives me, I better, pause and get this done quickly. First, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today. Good Lord. I appreciate the company. You guys mean the world to me, and I want you to know that, my lovely senators and inductees. If you guys like this content and hadn't done so before, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Those are free, easy methods to help the channel grow. And, make sure the notification bell is on. That way you don't miss the content. Please also consider checking out the streaming calendar in my Discord server under the Content Resources channel. That'll in there is a Google Calendar. You can set it up to be in tune with your Samsung phone or with, you know, an Android class phone. I don't know about Apple users. That's a whole different set of instructions. But you can set it up with your calendar app on your Android class phone, and I pretty much update that constantly. Now, this week has not been particularly great in terms of like updates, but I do my best. It's usually accurate around 90 to 95% of the time. That is the best way to stay in touch with my content outside of the notification bells for when I actually go live or what have you. Let's see. HBK says, I have a cousin whose birthday is the same day as yours, April the 8th. It makes them, an Aries, like myself. April 8th. It's a nice week. And in other states or in, you know, other places around the world, you know, there will be different gripes with which holiday or which activity your birthday falls on, or in that case it would be theirs. But for me, it's Masters Week. It's almost always the golf course. Okay, let's try this. Okay, yeah, it has to be like a little bit more forceful. Be like this. That might be too forceful. Ah, so close. But I think I've hit the right shelf though. Might have to replay this one more time just to actually get it. In fact, I should probably do that. Let's reload the area. So, April's birthstone is the diamond. Although, I don't much care for the diamond. The diamond's a nice stone. It's clear, it's elegant, but it's also tainted with blood money. These days, I usually try to tell people my birthstone is a white spinel or something. That's, way less obtrusive. I think I may have to look up where we're gonna have this, how I'm gonna get this, Koroks seed. Let's see. I suppose here's a question I can have people think about. You might even have to look it up, in fact. And we'll, you know, we'll exchange answers, after the break, but what birthstone do you guys have? For those of you in April, it's diamond or white spinel. For others, it's a different stone. I'm curious. Again, we'll exchange answers after the break and everything. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Oh man. Talk about a difficult Korok seed, huh? So, anybody find out their birthstone? I could probably give it to you if you tell me the month as well. That also works. So, I have found a solution. It is very stupid. Now, I hope I don't need the Korok seed, the Korok leaves for it, but if I need them, I need them. This is going to be one of the few times where I get to showcase this as well. It's like up here, kinda. Thank you for that, hardy lizard. There's even one right there in case we need it, but I'm gonna use this one first. So, what are we gonna do? We are going to take 2 octo balloons. Yes, 2 of them. And we're going to have stasis ready, and then we're gonna blow it up once it's reached a sufficient height. May take a few tries to get the height right. And it rained. Nice. Now we can't even do it this way. What the heck, game? Let's talk to some people in Lurelin Village. That kind of stinks. Place your bets. Cloyne. Come here. No, closer. How'd you like to be rich without having to work for it? Hey, simmer down. I'm not talking about anything illegal here. See those treasure chests over there? What do you say to a little wager on them? The idea is you pick any chest you want and open it. Simple, right? The best part is, whatever chest you open, you get all the money inside. Of course, only one chest is worth opening. Don't come crying to me if you pick wrong. Before you go opening any boxes, you'll have to show me what it's worth to you. What's a bet, after all, if you don't stand to lose a bundle on it? That's the part that really gets a man's heart racing. It's up to you how much you want to throw in, but the more you bet, the more you stand to win. A man like you must have expenses. Couldn't hurt to make some quick cash right here, right now, am I right? What do you say? All you got to lose is your pride and your money.
That man is the scum of the earth.
Hold on. Let's have it louder for the people in the back. Why does I must provide a message for this reward? What the heck? No, that's not how this is supposed to work.
That man is the scum of the earth.
There we go. That definitely should not have been the case, though. I'm in for sure.
Oh.
Attaboy. Now for the million rupee question. How much are you betting? 10. Just tipping a toe in the water, eh? Probably smart. I'll go get set up. No peeking while I'm fiddling with the chests. Got it?
Oh.
There we go. Step right up and take your chances. Take all the time you need to choose a chest to open. Look, listen, smell, taste them if you think it'll help. In the middle, every time. And of course, it won't be this time. That's fine. Them's the breaks, but hey, surely you'll win big next time. You are gonna keep going, right? Or do you admit defeat? One more time. 10. And again, I'm doing the middle every time. It's the middle chest. Look, it's a 1 in 3 chance. You might as well just stick with the chest. Whoa, who'd have thought? I mean, it was pure luck, but you are gonna keep going, right? Or do you admit defeat? I don't think so. I hear you. Hey, if that's what you want. Hey, I made 1/20th of a profit. I made exactly 1 rupee. And that's all I need to prove how much of a scam this is. Fair enough. Every good gambler knows there's a time to walk away. I'm always here in case you ever feel like trying your luck again. Yeah, stand for this picture. You swindler. You fake thief. Can't even steal real money. How far away is the next one? Pretty far, but I think we can do it. It's like, what, here? It's like here-ish. Let's do that and see if, you know, by the time we're finished running, will the rain let up? Probably not, but worth a try anyway. There are lots of crabs on the shoreline. Lurelin village and like the beach surrounding it is a pretty good way to get some crab. Bright-eyed, armored, blue crab, red crab. All the crab. Now, fun fact, Coin does love his crab meat. I just hate cracking open the shell and trying to eat it. That part of the eating process on like shellfish sucks. The actual shellfish, tasty. And the rain masks the noise. Cool. Good night, Sir Stalkoblin. You can also enjoy a fairly good source of palm fruit here, if you need that sort of thing. And even some lizards from time to time. Now, it's not run. We'll miss out on the razor claw crab. Now, where did that run off to? It's not up there on the tree, is it? Might be. No, it's here. Look, all the fiddling around. Hey, all the fiddling around just means that the rain can let up right about when we're done here. And then after that, I propose we take a break with Gamma Cove. Now, I've been to Gamma Cove before. Gamma Cove is some fun. There's lots of good stuff in and around Gamma Cove. There is a talus there. There's lots of ore there. There's a shrine quest nearby. All kinds of good stuff. We can even take a little, quick trip to the Lurelin village shop and maybe top up on some arrows. I forgot that you can't pick those up. The crab and porgy come back, but the other stuff don't, huh?
Yeah.
I will take all your fish, please. All right, now let's try this again, huh? This time with some real effort. Some real panache. It's up here. So let's see. I'm gonna make a save, just in case. Although I'm not sure what good it'll do. And then we're going to put this in stasis as soon as it's flown a high enough distance. Oh, that was so close. It's got to be a bit higher up. Stasis that. Oh, it only lifted a small amount. Okay. Yep. And of course, it's gonna be windy. In addition to it being rainy, it's not good enough. It's doing one or the other. Cool. It seems like the game just does not want me to have this right now. I mean, that's about how far it's gonna go as well. If it's gonna blow like this, I might want to account for, which way the wind's gonna blow. Maybe like here, while it's gonna do this. Gotta wait. Let's wait a bit more. Did it work? Did it work? Probably not. It probably blew it right over. Yeah, it sure did. Popped it right over here, too. I really don't want to waste all my arrows on this. How do I do this, though? How do I do it, then? Do I need to... this is frustrating. Well, this is why I put the star on it. I'll give this a few more attempts. I feel like I might need the Korok leaf. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Please tell me it worked. No! It has to be exactly one bomb arrow. It has to be exactly one bomb arrow. Oh, this is frustrating. not right the first time, it's gonna be a problem. Yeah, we might as well just let that pop on its own. Wind's not blowing favorably right now. Now the wind is blowing in the exact wrong direction. I'm not gonna waste everyone's time though. We've been here 15 minutes. Yeah, we've been here like 15 minutes. I'm gonna put a star on this, and I may or may not need to do it off camera. I do not want to bore people with this paint fest. Game, I would like it if you at least stopped blowing this way. Alright, let's position the rock, and then let's cut down some trees. Let's see if there are Korok leaves around somewhere that I can use. It's looking increasingly apparent I probably actually need to do all of them. To do all the exact methods in the video I saw. Might as well harvest wood while we're right here. Welcome to the challenge, everybody. Am I late? No, not at all, J Gaming Animations. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, in both health and in spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. You are just in time. We are doing a particularly complicated Korok seed. It's the one on top of the casino house in, Lurelin Village. And, I saw a video where someone basically used, octoballoons in order to, suspend a rock, get it flying, and then, blow it up with a bomb to get the angle just right. There's the Korok leaf. And they used a Korok leaf to kind of like help push the momentum of the rock. Here, it's easier if I show rather than say. And the rock moved. Of course it would. Alright, so this is kind of like the strategy right here. That's the one I saw in the video. You take 2 octoballoons, and I'll want the Korok leaf ready. And like this, maybe. I had to be quicker than that. As soon as it reaches a good point, the balloons will pop. Then you use a bomb arrow. Has to be exactly one of them, or it doesn't work. Of course, the time I want to demonstrate it is the time I get it, so cool. Neato. Hey, at least we got it. I was super worried I was gonna have to, like, do something else. That I was gonna have to do it off camera. It's nice that we don't have to worry about that. Although the stamp still probably needs to stay on because it's the casino house. Okay, so next up is the... Do I want to go get a couple of sledgehammers? I might want to go get a couple of sledgehammers. Let's go get a couple of sledgehammers and the royal sword that was back in the house. Let's go grab that. And then we'll go back and go to the Gogobi Shores. My apologies for the glacially slow episode today, but them's the breaks. when you're doing the stuff on the beach. It's quite slow and it's spaced out. There are also there seems to be a few more unique things to do on like the Lurelin shoreline and everything. You know, not counting the quests. There just seems to be a few more unique structures and a few unique puzzles to go along with, you know, collecting the Koroks seeds and everything. So that's 1, 2. We got plenty of sledgehammers. We're gonna drop this one. We no longer need it. We're plenty full on sledgehammers. And we're gonna grab this broadsword. I guess also before we head back out, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do 2 things, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. We are going to go over and check for some bomb arrows and some regular arrows, of which there are none to be had.
Oh.
So instead, I will just buy a stock of groceries. And the other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna dye a set of clothes.
Oh.
You're correct, sir. I am doing well for myself. Thank you.
Oh. Oh.
Now, I know the set of clothes I'd like to wear, and that would be the climbing set. You love using sledgehammers? It's fun? I agreed. I also like using sledgehammers. I especially like to take nice long mining trips in this sort of game and do just that. Oh, mining is a fun pastime in Breath of the Wild. And by mining, I really mean, you know, breaking open ore for minerals, but it's close enough. It might as well be mining. Welcome. If you were looking to add some color to your wardrobe, you found the right place. Hue do you do. Welcome to the Kochi Dye Shop, where we live to dye.
Hey!
Yep, yes, dye. Oh, no. Change clothes. Okay, at least we can back out of that. Oh, I actually don't think we can dye the tunic. I've never tried. Don't think you can, though. So we're gonna be dyeing the climber set all the same color, although you could just as easily, if you wanted to keep the individual colors, you could pay for 3 dyeing sessions. So this is red, blue, and green. You know what? Sure. I'll dye these separate colors. Choose a color. We're ready. Only the clothes you're wearing you can be dyed. Yes, I'm positive. So there are 15 colors. What do I want to grab here? You're welcome, HBK. What's your favorite thing you like to do with the sledgehammers? Is it also mining, or, you know, breaking open ore for mineral, or, you know, is there something else? Such as stasis puzzles, or, the, Tanagar Canyon, simulated golf course. There we go, that's what I was looking for, the Tanagar Canyon minigame. Okay. Blue, it's black. I know what I want. I have a pretty good idea of what I want. And 20 rupees. I'm going somewhere with this. We'll see it on the way out. How's that sound? And let's see. Equip. Unequip that. And now we repeat this process. 2 more times. If you're not a pigment of my imagination, you must be a customer. Okay, yes, dye, thank you. All right, choose your dye color. Yes, let's go ahead and choose a color. I like how he's bummed that you're not dyeing all the clothes at once. You also use it for weapon when one breaks? Yeah, it does work as a weapon in a pinch. The only enemy I would ever recommend using it as a weapon on would be the stone taluses, but I mean, hey, if you're out of weapons and you need to use a sledgehammer, okay, you're out of weapons and you need to use a sledgehammer. Not much more to say than that. Let's see. Red, and we're gonna make this... Ooh, are there other red things, actually? There are. Stop holding. Maybe something like this. I don't know if you get different colors based on exactly which ingredient is being used. Don't think this is gonna work out too great, but we're gonna try. This may require multiple dyeing sessions, everybody. By the tints, we hardly ever get this color to come out. You look great. And now for the last one's pretty straightforward. Yes, so I like to dye these pants, and these ones I'm gonna dye black. Well, I'm sorry that your tradition requires that you dye all a person's clothes at once. That's too bad. I want to dye the pieces individually. Okay, black as it can get. As in flint black. And then I'll put on the whole outfit so we can, you know, do this so I can show it to everybody. And how is it? Mom, I don't know, Sage. I can't talk. You don't use it unless you have to? The sledgehammer, right? Now. Hey, now we can have Sidon and Mifa with us at all times. That was what this was going for. Plus, I like the tritone thing with the climbing gear. I wanted to kind of keep that. I guess the other thing we can probably also do is reorganize this, and there. And then I guess we'll also dye the rubber set while we're here. I wonder how the rubber is gonna turn out when we dye it. Good, good. I'm glad I was I'm definitely glad that I caught on to that. Alright, let's choose a color. And of course the rubber is as black as it gets, so the only thing we're changing is like the color of the stuff on top. Now, I could look like a complete loon if I wanted to. Huh. Let's go for a, do I want to go for a silly color? Yeah, let's go for silly color. How about pink? And we're gonna make it rock salt pink because this stuff is cheap and easy to get out. And it won't be a super hot pink either, hopefully. I don't know exactly how the dyeing system works, if I'm being honest. I don't think it much matters, because... I mean, it's the same version of pink no matter what. Alright. Now that I look like a black and pink salmon, let's put on gear that actually looks good and I didn't, you know, destroy on purpose, and let's get going. Got a bunch of things to do and not enough time to do them all, I'm afraid. I may or may not have to take a quick step away from the desk because I feel one of nature's calls coming on. And when nature calls me, I had better answer or bad things are gonna happen. That's code for I gotta step away and use the restroom. I just always refer to it as answering one of nature's calls. I'm still kind of feeling out how my body feels, but I'll know in a couple of minutes if I have to step away. And I may or may not also get some coffee while I'm up. I don't know. Not 100% sure yet. You love the funny look on Link's face before he falls in the dye? Yeah, it's like mildly amusing. I could see why people would find that funny. I've seen it oh, hello. And I scared them away. I wanted a picture of them. Is there a treasure chest down here? There are axes down there. Who's just chucking weapons into the lake? I'm sorry, what? I wonder which Lurelin whippersnapper decided it would be fun to do that. Oh well. I'm so used to like weird NPC expressions in this game that I don't think any of them strike me as particularly amusing. It's more over the dialogue. Usually it's what's being said that I find funny. And when the game isn't trying to pull a hamstring, trying to, you know, exercise its pun-tastic statements. When it's not trying to make puns, I generally find it funny. Now, of course it would rain when this happens. Of course it would. Why wouldn't it? This game loves to rain on my parade. Well, no time like the present, I suppose. I bet this one's one of the ones.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
This one. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, it is on the back. Okay. Did the Twitch activity feed not? Okay. Just making sure. Whoa. The fairy upgrades. The look on Link's face with the fairy upgrades is freaking hilarious. That I will agree with. But also, it's quite sad. Hey there, Sizzling Seal and 619 Len. Welcome on in. And welcome back, Sizzling Seal. And welcome to Raspy. Just welcome to everybody. Welcome back to the stream. You know, how is everyone doing in health and in spirit? Hopefully, you guys enjoy your stay. Let's get a shout out. Ooh, Final Fantasy 14 Online. Oh, that is an MMO I've played before. It's fun. You just gotta have the money to pour into it. How is the Final Fantasy 14 Sizzling? Did you start, or have you been playing a long time? I'm just kind of curious. You heard the calling? I'm glad you heard the calling, Raspy. Hopefully things at, hold on. I think you're done with university now, or yeah, I'm pretty sure you're done with university. Hopefully my memory isn't getting too fuzzy. But how go things at work? Among other places. If and you don't mind my asking. Wait, sizzling is the name of the sound something makes when stuff burns? Mm-hmm. Sizzling Seal says, I finished Heaven's Ward 3.0. Oh, there's been enough revisions that there's a 3.0, huh? Oh man. That kind of sounds like, you know, after like the Shadowlands revival or what have you in World of Warcraft. That's kind of what that reminds me of. Just doing some job quests right now before continuing the, what's MSQ? Is that a raid or a dungeon or something? Not 100% sure. Don't know main scenario quest. Gotcha. Are you enjoying it? If and you don't mind my, asking? I'm tracking now that I know what the acronym is. Main scenario quest. You love it? Awesome. 619 Len. Oh, we got a couple of people coming in. I guess I better answer it all. Let's see. Where am I in Breath of the Wild? Glad you asked, 619 Len. We are in the process of going for full completion on Breath of the Wild, and we are, we're up to like 635 Koroks. We're finishing out the region before we figure out where we're going next. We've beaten 2 Divine Beasts so far, and I'm having the community decide on, you know, whether we're doing the next Divine Beast next time, basically, or, you know, are we going to the Akkala Highlands / the Ancient Akkala, or the Akkala Ancient Tech Lab, or what have you. That's pretty much where we are in a nutshell. I would say we're a little bit more than halfway done. Rasby says there's 2 months until university is over. Okay, not quite done yet. Not doing great, but kind of an unpopular request. You don't feel comfortable spending time on that? At least it's not when it's a specific rant. That's understandable. I'll try to bear that in mind when I ask future questions. And hello there, Radiant Wisp. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and in spirit. Sorry it took me as long as it did to get to your message. But I'm glad you're here. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh my god, the camera being in triangle, is it for Zelda? It is. It is. All this is possible through OBS shader extensions, which I would not have known without a YouTuber named Nutty. If you guys want to know about OBS content creation type stuff for streaming or recording, check him out on YouTube. It's really easy to search as well. You just literally type the word Nutty, make sure it has a Y, and Google or whatever search engine you have should take care of the rest. If not, add YouTube and you'll get right to it. You could also search on YouTube for it. That's the guy I've been using to help me, like, trick out my streams a bit. I'm glad you think it's cool. And yes, the Illuminati triangle. Now, we are in the midst of fighting a stone talus, so give me just a second, because I think it's raining, and we gotta do weird things in order to get this stone talus to behave. Illuminati Triforce. That's what some people would say anyway. I want you to complete a Divine Beast next. Well, hey, HBK, you're on the Discord. In the voting on content channel, there's a place where you can put your, there's a place where you can put in your vote. Yeah, this is probably a good time to, like, you know, mention this. I have a Discord server. Of course, people don't have to join, but we have a gimmick here on Coinstamp. We vote for things. It's like a huge part of the channel and everything. All the votes take place on my Discord server, and if you guys want to help, like, determine, you know, are we doing a Divine Beast next or not? You know, what game are we playing next? Things like that. And thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Much appreciated. Apparently the Stream Elements activity feed is not always up to date. But let me go ahead and put out that Discord link. if you're already on the Discord, you're good, but it is a community I'm hoping to cultivate one heart and one mind at a time. There's an automatic onboarding process, so nobody really has to grab roles except if they want extra notifications and things. And especially for Twitch, the subscription tiers all have like automated stuff attached to it. Pretty neat. I've got it set up just nice. Radiant Wisp says, ooh, that's why the music was so wonky. Yup. Mm-hmm. And like the idea for voting for in-game stuff. Yep. Absolutely. It's a gimmick that I wasn't quite sure I would stick with, but people seem to be enjoying the voting system. And it's pretty much, you know, vote by majority. We do single choice and like ranked choice votes. Okay, I gotta wait for this guy to like try to get an arm and then we can blow it up. Yeah, I'm not letting you do that, good sir. You're gonna have to try harder. Wait. And thankfully, due to our attack power value, did not take long. I also have timers for the Discord links and stuff as well that circulate around, so while I didn't have to do it, you know, I didn't want to wait until the timer before I talked about it. Before it talked about that stuff. Thank you for putting up with the shilling, folks. And I'll probably have to do a little bit more shilling before the hour turns over and the third hour begins, but thankfully that'll be the last time I have to shill for the day. I try to get all the streamers shilling nonsense done in the first couple of hours, in the first 2 hours, and after that, we're free to talk about stuff. Now, Radiant Wisp and 619 Len, if you do still happen to be here, how familiar are you with Breath of the Wild? Are you newcomers to the game? Are you veterans of the game? Or veterans of the franchise, for that matter? I'm curious. I'm always curious about, you know, the makeup of my audience and, you know, what the game preferences and stuff are. I've had people on both ends of the spectrum come here that are old, that are like veterans or are new. And it's always been a blast to compare and contrast experiences. Ooh, do I? Yeah, I guess I can do it like this. Sure. The trick to climbing in rain is to do this kind of like hybrid strategy of climbing up a bit and then doing the leap. Oh my god! Of course. I wanted that mineral, but now it's gonna have to wait. That's fine. Sadness. Radiant Wisp says it's the only Zelda you've played. Cool. And you've beaten. You've tried... Oh, it's the only one you've played and beaten. Yeah, that's kind of important I read the sentence fully, huh? You've tried some of the Tears of the Kingdom, but didn't like the puzzles all being construction stuff in the shrine. That's fair. That's fair. I have not played Tears of the Kingdom. I've seen people... I've certainly seen people play it, but I have not played it myself. We are currently trending toward playing that game next, and I'll have to go grab that from the sibling if and when that happens. But I do have access to Tears of the Kingdom, so I get to find that out for myself. You like the Breath of the Wild shrines more, but watch the wifey beat Tears of the Kingdom? Okay, so you have familiarity with it. Does she prefer Tears of the Kingdom over Breath of the Wild? Rasby says speech acceleration, Kappa. Was that because of me reading ahead or what have you? Time will tell if I understood the joke correctly. Then Radiant Wisp says covered a lot of music from Breath of the Wild. Oh, that's cool. So it definitely left an imprint on you. Great game. I agree. You know, I might rag on the 100% experience, but I do still stand by Breath of the Wild being kind of a modern cult classic and everything. The Koroks are really the only thing that I would think drags down Breath of the Wild. Just how many of them and how innocuous they are. Oh, I don't want to sour Tears of the Kingdom for you. It's kind of just something I've... No, you're not souring it at all. I don't know where I was going to go with that sentence. The issue with construction is definitely a very me thing. I see. Time will tell if I like the fuse and zonai device mechanics or not. Because I know what they are. I'm at least so spoiled as that much. On the one hand, I certainly don't mind when I'm being creatively challenged in a video game. On the other hand, my creativity is a bit on the low side, so sometimes, if the game is wanting you to make a very basic device, I might not think about that often. I could be a bit dense in the art department or in like the ingenuity department. You forgot which game your wifey preferred? Let me ask. No rush. You like the Tears of the Kingdom lore more than Breath of the Wild? From what I've understood of the story, I would definitely go out and say that Tears of the Kingdom has like an even more polished storyline. I don't want to spoil that yet. The game mechanics are one thing. I think a lot of people can be like safely, not necessarily safely spoiled, but it's less innocuous. I mean, no, that's not the right word I'm looking for. If there's anything people have been spoiled on for Breath of the Wild, it's the mechanics. It's the zonai devices and the fusing mechanic. Because those were things in E3 demos. Wifey, Breath of the Wild for sure, but final boss fight in Tears of the Kingdom was 100 times better. Yeah, and you 100% agree? Oh yes, Breath of the Wild boss fight. Although I have not beaten the game, I have streamed this 2 times and have not beaten it. I have watched people fight. Calamity Ganon. I've seen the fight. It's, okay, that one's a fake. The fight seems underwhelming. Just mainly because of it, even if you were to do everything right, I don't know what I was doing there. Even if you do everything in the game, you get like a drastically different experience between the different boss phases, and what I'm looking for is right here. You get a different experience between the boss phases. If you know how to glitch the game out, you can beat it in like half an hour. I don't. Of course, I don't know how to glitch the game, but you can totally beat it in half an hour with cuckoo birds and like a horse. If I'm remembering the videos correctly. You've never seen the chest mimics? Oh, they're insidious. Unless you do a magnesis check on every chest in this game, you're gonna have problems. Or stasis check, or what have you. No. Not Radiant Wisp. HBK on YouTube says, I love the demon dragon fight in Tears of the Kingdom. Sounds like I get to look forward to that in Tears of the Kingdom myself. Again, assuming you guys vote for it. Again, votes only take place in the Discord. Telling me a preference is fine, but if you actually want to be part of the voting process, it's in the Discord and the voting for content. channel. That's where I actually track votes on things. If you really want to contribute to, you know, the path the channel takes, vote in there, or don't. I'm nobody's parent. I'm not going to tell people what to do. Moving back over to Twitch, Rasby says, "Oh yeah, Coin. I think you mentioned once that it's divisive which is the best Legend of Zelda, like between Breath of the Wild and the other ones." I'll reply to that in a second. Radiant Wisp says, "I hate the little artillery guys that hide all the time." Oh yeah, Octoroks are super annoying, and the ones that are shrubs, like the land Octoroks, are the worst. The chest mimics are between they're between a regular Octorok and a land Octorok. It's medium amounts of annoying out of like the most annoying creatures in this game. Radiant Wisp then says, "I thought Ocarina of Time is still the best Zelda." It's a cult classic. I don't know if people necessarily say it's the best. I think if you press them for an opinion, you might get a different answer. Sizzling Seal says, "They satisfying to kill though." Mm-hmm.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
Okay, so I know we've been doing a lot of chatting and not so much gameplay today, but sometimes that's just the nature of people coming in, of which I am deeply grateful and appreciative for you guys being here, by the way. It means a lot. Okay, let me continue responding to messages, and then I will come back to Raspy's statement, which I wanted to do quickly, and I'll probably have to shill after the commercial break. Sizzling Seal says, "Think Ocarina of Time is the best game currently in Metacritic." I wouldn't be surprised, although I don't hold Metacritic in especially high regard. Although I guess I hold it in the highest regard among game journalism companies. Their Metacritic reviewers are typically the least politically or social justice involved out of all of them. Radiant Wisp says, "May I request you raise your mic by 20% or lower the game volume by 20%? When you navigate menus, it mutes your voice." Okay. Let me see. Game volume by 20%. Let me see if I can even adjust that here. Nope, it has to be on the capture card side. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Radiant Wisp. Much appreciated. Let's try a drop of 5 decibels and see if that does something for you. And if I need to adjust it up or down, I have no problem doing so. Now, Raspy, to get back to your question, or your statement, excuse me, I've said that Breath of the Wild is like a modern classic or a modern cult classic. I think it's a game that's certainly worth playing, but I have also said that there are people who do not like the open world game format and are like, hashtag not my Zelda. Like, where are the dungeons? Where are the dungeon puzzles? Where are the items? I think I see our next Korok. Where's all that? Where is the classic Zelda game I love? Hi, I'm back. How's it been? Hey there, welcome back, Bear Type. Good to see you again. Hopefully, I trust you've recovered at least a little bit since your sickness. An hour is not a lot of time, but I hope the symptoms have died down at least a little bit. I'm keeping an eye on my time here. Things have been just fine. We've been busy bees chatting. We've been busy bees chatting. I've not gotten a terrible amount of progress done, but that's not a complaint. That's an observation. Radiant Wisp, if you're still here, please let me know how how my voice is compared to how the game is. Is this a sufficient tweak for you? Bear Type says, that's okay. Not too bad. Just hope you won't be sick till Monday because you got 3 tests the day after. Well, yeah, at least you've got the time to recover. Here's to a good recovery then. There's Razby's like invasive thought again. He talked about this last time. Trying to make sure I've actually answered the question. I would say Breath of the Wild is divisive because of the amount of changes to the formula that the game makes, like to the franchise formula that the game makes. That's all. Would I say it's the best? Probably. But I think that also might still go to Ocarina of Time because nostalgia bias. It's a real thing. Now, the intermission or the commercial break is coming up. I do play ads during these. There's a timer on the screen that'll show you guys, how long before I come back from break. The 3 minutes worth of ads. So I definitely recommend getting up and getting refreshments and stuff. And I'll see you after the ad break. I'm back. So sorry about that. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break, whether that be, getting a snack, getting a stretch, telling a loved one you love them, so on and so forth. I'm going to take a quick scan of the chats, and then I got to get to the shilling, and then I'll go back and read them in more detail. Make sure if there's something directed at me, I've actually answered it. Okay, this may look like an extended. We'll have to see. Okay, gonna go ahead and get the shilling out of the way. I've talked about, if you hadn't done so, follow the Twitch channel or subscribe to the YouTube. And for those of you on Twitch, I do also have YouTube content, mainly of the long form variety. I do have some shorts lying around here or there, but I find they cannibalize my feeds. Anyway, not important. If you guys, and I want you guys to know that you never, ever, ever have to financially contribute or even follow or subscribe to be here. Like, even the free stuff. Just being here, whether in lurking form or otherwise, is enough. But if you do feel like financially supporting me for whatever reason, I'd highly recommend you fiddle around with the stuff in the About Me section on Twitch, or the link tree underneath the video player. That also works. Or if you're on YouTube, you can also find the link tree in my description. For you guys on Twitch, the best financial bang for your buck outside of like $1.29 for like biddies or something would be the tier 1 subscription, which will cut out the ads and it gives Jeff Bezos less of your hard-earned cash. Or you could just use an ad blocker. I'm not gonna fault you for that. But you also get 5 emotes. You get all kinds of other sweet goodies that are all detailed in the About Me section on Twitch. And for you guys on YouTube, I'm going to recommend Patreon or Coffee. That'll be in the link tree. You get most of the same benefits for $2 a month, which if I could charge $2 for, I'd do it. But I don't have any control on what Twitch's rates are, like at all. I just have to work with what I have. And that's the bare minimum on Patreon and Coffee as well, is $2. You just don't get emotes or ad cutouts on Twitch. Those are like the only 2 missing things, and I can't easily reconcile those. Think that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the shill. Working on trying to make that even faster. Now, let's go back and actually read over some things. Okay, this was the joke about the bear type. Just have to know. I thought it might have been a joke. Okay. Parody test online to find out your bear type. One is oh, hold on. And then Radiant Wisp says, in me there are 2 wolves. I've heard this trope a fair bit. And 2 wolves is not enough to control the population of deer in me. I tried to add more wolves, but the rangers in me are protesting. Is this like some extended joke? I know about the 2 wolves bit. It's the same thing as, it's almost the same thing as like a second spirit, or like the soul of a second person. I've heard of that before, but I also just double check my mic here. But I'm missing what the deer and the rangers mean. In terms of this analogy. You're stealing the 2 wolves. Oh, and then Raspy says, dear God. I'm stealing the 2 wolves cannot control deer from a genius tweet. I need to not look it up now, but I need to write this down. You think with me being a content creator and everything that I would be on the internet? Couldn't be the furthest thing from the truth. Here we go. And Raspy says, it's probably a joke. It's pretty hard to contain an ecosystem in a person, at least on that scale. Probably. I mean, I'm also getting to be old, at like 33. Not quite there yet, but yeah, my memory is definitely not what it used to be. Okay, now we're getting the explanation. That's cool. I appreciate that. In the US, people hunted down wolves because they were eating sheep and cattle. Makes sense so far. Which actually exploded the deer population to uncontrollable amounts. Yep, that part I'm fairly familiar with. To the point that, I don't know which agency, started airdropping wolves into the forests. Like, damn troops. Wow. I'm trying to remember. Oh my goodness. I do remember. I used to be a STEM major, so I am aware of some conservation efforts taken to like recontrol populations. This certainly does fall in line with what the US agencies do sometimes. But airdropping wolves is a it's kind of a that's kind of a new one, even for me. Yeah, I expected going back. Yeah, I expected you to know like literally every joke said ever. That's sarcasm. What if? Okay, don't need to read that. That's a reply. Special Wolf Forces, POG. Yeah, Special Wolf Forces, POG champ. Mm-hmm. Canadian wolves are being airdropped into Michigan for a special mission. Ah, I see. I could make a quip about the current geopolitical climate, but I'm going to refuse to do that for obvious reasons. HBK says on YouTube, I'm following on Twitch. Thank you. Appreciate that. Use whichever platform you prefer. People have emotes on Twitch, but YouTube is supposedly an ad-free experience right now, at least for streams. Here's to hoping YouTube doesn't settle that mid-roll. Doesn't add mid-roll to the streams. That would be awful. Moving back over to Twitch, and then I'm gonna get us moving, because I'm sure people staring at a screen is it's very fun content. Covert operation. How did the wolves learn to use their parachutes? They were probably like hoisted down, or maybe they were just rigged really tight. Not sure. Oh yeah, I guess we can't get any more Canadian wolves anymore. Damn. It'll have to be the American wolves. I don't know. Well, if the wolves were Canadian, were they actually hunting, or were they just polite to the deer? Yes, Canadians are polite. That's the joke. Mm-hmm. The wolf airdrops are from 2019. Yeah, they probably aren't doing those anymore. There are probably other conservation efforts being done, if anything, or maybe not. Don't know. They were hunting and then saying sorry after catching the deer. Clearly. Clearly. They were also wearing little top hats, and they were greeting the deer, and yes, that they would also bury the remains rather than taking the bones with them. Sorry for eating your entire family. Is it this random rock game? Okay, at least it's not a random rock. Is there a? Yep, it's a ring of water lilies. Whoops, did it again. Damn, I just can't stop, eating. It's a wolf thing. Surely you deer and stag will understand. Thanks. Although I'd like to think it is a collective effort on all of my senators and inductees' parts, here in this chat, here in between my two chats. And here's to hoping I will be able to add Trovo in as a third soon enough. I keep talking about it, but I keep getting inundated with more content work than ever before, and so I keep putting it off to the wayside. I'm gonna get this done. I'm gonna be streaming to Trovo at some point. Man, I'm really curious. What is the ratio of wolf to deer for an ecosystem? Let me not use a sledgehammer for that. A deer probably feeds for like a few days, but then a deer takes literally years to grow up. I'd have to look it up to know for sure, but you definitely want more deer to wolves. I think maybe a 2-to-1 ratio. You want enough deer and you want enough ecosystem for the deer to be able to feed. How do carnivorous animals exist? I see plants everywhere. I mean, they exist because they're herbivores. That's probably a joke now that I'm reading the sentence. Now that I'm thinking on it. I hope everybody is enjoying the gameplay and the commentary for that matter. Is this a real chest? The land rocks have got me thinking that everything's a fake these days. Wait, no, I mean plants are everywhere, but animals, are they that many? You know, in the insect kingdom, good lord, yes, there are many, many, many insects. Millions of them. Billions of them, even. Probably millions. What happens if you open the mimic chest? If I find a mimic chest, I can demonstrate that for you, Radiant. I'm pretty sure you get, like, ejected in the air and everything, and you take, like, a heart of damage or something. I'll look for that, and if I can demonstrate it to you, I will. Let's see. What question can I ask folks? I'm thinking if I want to make this gaming related or something a bit more closer to the real world. What is the longest amount of time you have spent on a task in video games? This could be an MMORPG related thing. Oh, sorry. I just realized I need to clarify that sentence. Hello, Sir Lizalfos. Like, the longest amount of consecutive hours spent. And if you don't remember, that's also fine. You know, hazard a guess. Take your best guess. For me, I would say I have spent 12 hours playing a game once. With stretch breaks and everything, but it would have been Civ 5. I've played 12 hours of Civ 5 in like a single collective sitting. Oh, I thought that was a fake chest or something. I can't, and I screwed up my entire sleep schedule when I did it. I definitely missed class that day. Let's say a deer lasts, let me make sure I've not missed anything. Let's say a deer lasts 3.65 days for one wolf, and that a deer takes 4 years to be mature. For just one wolf, you need about 100 deer per year, and it takes like 4 years for a deer to come back. Wait, I realized that if they're in high amounts, they're probably also breeding in high amounts. Yeah, like as long as the ecosystem remains fairly constant, you know, and you can take measurements of the breeding rates and everything, you can kind of get a good idea of how many wolves, should be present, as opposed to how many deer should be present in an environment. Additionally, it's worth considering, let me make sure I'm not missing YouTube comments. It's worth considering oh, I noticed that your link to YouTube is in the long format. If you could use the tag as a link if you prefer that. I should do that right now. Thank you. We get to edit the program live on stream, everybody. Thank you, Radiant Wisp. I didn't even consider that. Like, I knew I could get the short form. I would just use a convenient link where I could find it, more or less. Oh, no wonder YouTube's been having problems. You guys don't have a functioning chat button there. Oops. That's turned on now. That's a timer, right? I'm pretty sure that's a scheduled effect. Yeah, that's a scheduled effect. It's here. Go to the chat effects. Replace that link with this one. So at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you guys will see that shorthand link for yourself. I think YouTube doesn't give you the tag format until your channel meets some criteria or whatever. Probably. That would make a lot of sense. I'm not a YouTube partner, so definitely not. But I know I'm on the progress track toward being a partner. So maybe you have to have like a consistent number of subscribers or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's a guess. ChatGPT told me that it's 1 wolf per 30 or 50 deer. What did it use as its basis for calculating that amount, Raspy, if you don't mind my asking? What sort of stats did it pull from? And I know that access to that could be fairly limited because ChatGPT 3 versus ChatGPT 4 is... There's like a huge difference. Oh, well, I think we're actually ready for a shrine quest, everybody. In the US, especially places like Yellowstone or northern forests, I imagine that rate would be a bit different between different places that have wolves. Typically in deciduous forests. It's kind of where you should expect to see them. No, not deciduous. This is the part where I'm definitely struggling to remember my like basic introduction to ecology when I was taking my, my biology 101 course. Definitely struggling to recall that, like recall the thing we were fed about that. It's like deciduous, evergreen, and there's like a couple of other tree types. And I'm pretty sure it's not just evergreen forests. I imagine there's other animals that the wolf eats. Yup. And no doubt it's not sickly animals either. You know, sometimes the wolves do catch the fawn. And then the deer population has to, like, rebreed after that's happened enough times. It's not just strictly, oh, it's the deer that couldn't get away. Sometimes there's no place for them to go. There's all kinds of circumstances that might skew the population data, but you can't really look at those when you're trying to, like, derive population data. They would have to become more than an outlier to be considered in even localized ecology reports. At least if I remember correctly. Okay, so that is... Yeah, so we have to get to Palmyra Beach first. On the bright side, everybody, we don't have any shilling to worry about anymore. Isn't that nice? Look, I know we all have to play the... the content game, but that doesn't mean... Or, like, the content creator game, if that's what you do here on these platforms, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. If I didn't have to say it, I wouldn't. What kind of biology work are you aspiring to do? I'm glad you asked, Radiant Wisp. I wish I was aspiring to do any amount of biology work. I don't have any college funds left to pursue it. So the answer to your question is none. But if I did have college funds, like if I didn't run out of loans, I would still be working towards a cellular and molecular biology degree right now. I would be getting my bachelor's in that. Essentially, I would be working with biological mechanisms on a cellular and, yes, even molecular level. I would have taken that knowledge and went on to work in biodefense, in the biodefense field, specifically in research and development. Of course, I don't think that's going to be happening now. Not even if I didn't run out of funding, right? I think there are now different reasons, perhaps more related to current events, why that won't be happening. But I want to refrain from getting more sensitive with current events than that. Hello, Greenie. I believe the chief told me about you.
Oh,
Ah, sorry about that. I was in the zone. Did you need something? What are you doing? Link forgets his conversation with the chief, the Lurelin village chief, about Greenie. I was just examining this stone monument. Nice hair, guy, by the way. This place has a very spiritual aura to it. Do you feel it? I do. It might be because of the shrine, the Sheikah shrine pad right there. Were you merely curious, Radiant Wisp, if and you don't mind my asking? Or, and take your time. I'm just merely, asking a question in return. Rasby says, I ordered a burger and it has an awful amount of onion. Is it caramelized onion that's really hard to pick out? Or is it like sliced onion that's really easy, or diced onion that might be easier to pick out? Let me make sure I'm also not missing YouTube chat here. I did miss something. HBK says, my brother and I played 12 hours on Tears of the Kingdom to finish it. Nice, nice. If only I weren't in the locale that I were in. If I were, maybe my sibling and I would both stream Tears of the Kingdom together, but alas, that's not how things are right now. Can't really talk about it either, for the record. It is hard to get out for you? Oh, so it's probably like caramelized onion and stuff. I'm so sorry. No, you're fine, Radiant Wisp. I appreciate the due courtesy, though. Wifey came over and showed me a mail with a seal sticker that says snail mail and has a drawing of a snail. I can give you the short answer in case you don't get around to it, Radiant Wisp. Short answer is, if I had college funds, I would still be working toward my cellular and molecular biology degree. That's what I was going to college for. With computer science as the minor, because computers are incredibly useful in the field of biology. There's a lot of data modeling that occurs on computers, and being able to work the software in order to parse sets of data is important. Yeah, and it gives me a chance to, take more math. It was a chance to take more math classes. Tell Wispy about the bioterrorism stuff? That's the cool shit. I'm glad you think so, Rasby. Since you happen to be right here. I went on to say what I was going to do with that degree would have been to go into the field of biodefense. Not bioterrorism. I'll make that super clear. Like, counter bioterrorism. Biodefense specialty, with biosecurity being like the counterpart job to it. That's what I would have done, working on field research for things like the NUPTA virus that's making its rounds around the globe, or like new mRNA vaccine research, things like that, or CRISPR-Cas9 genome editing, things like that. Of course, I can no longer do that. If you were wearing a lab coat, you'd look exactly like how a biology researcher looks like in my head. Give me 1 second and I can get something for you. I will be right back. So, I'm glad I haven't thrown out my old clothes. I still happen to have this. We had to buy coats every year for lab work, specifically for chemistry, at the time that I would have been going to classes and everything. Let me flick open the camera real quick. Ta-da! White lab coat and everything. Complete with pockets. Let me go ahead and switch this back so there's some kind of audio running through. I could put on the lab coat, but I honestly don't feel like I should do that anymore. Radiant Wisp says, any bioweapons used in current wars? We hope not. There's already things like sarin gas or mustard gas, but a lot of that is more chemistry related. But if someone were trying to take, say, anthrax, people normally think of like cordyceps when they think bioweapons, like The Last of Us. The fungus that they modeled the spores in the game after was based on cordyceps, a thing that turns ants into zombie ants when it infects them, taking over the host's nervous systems. But a more modern example would be if someone were to take anthrax, which is a bacterial infection. It's a disease that you can get. There are two kinds. We are not making great progress today, but it's fine. I love talking about this. You work on a farm, you get a cut with like contaminated dirt getting in there. And then there's this nasty, hideous scar on your hand for X number of weeks until it clears. That's topical anthrax. Farmers get it all the time. It's not lethal. The decontamination showers come in when the anthrax gets in you. It's not a different kind of anthrax, but it is a different... It's actually where the real symptoms of anthrax, the lethal symptoms of anthrax show up, is if it gets in you. You ingest contaminated dirt, or you get a serious cut, not just a surface level scar, but a serious cut, and the anthrax makes it into your bloodstream. Yeah, you got to go through decontamination showers or it will kill you. Rasby says it doesn't turn you into a zombie if you are a human. It doesn't. For now. For now. CRISPR-Cas9 genome editing could open up the opportunity to splice in enough infective vectors or traits that make infecting creatures easier, or transmissibility vectors. All it would take is some madman trying to tinker anthrax and make it deadlier, or cordyceps and make it, actually threatening. Like Plague Inc. IRL. That would be what I would go for. And really what I would have done is I would have also gotten a degree in business management, because I would have gone on to at least make the attempt at getting beyond the WHO, because it is an antiquated relic of the World War II, post World War II era. Let me type that out. Oh, you're joking. You're joking. Who? Yes. Ha ha. Funny. Real funny. I caught it. I caught it before I gaffed, everybody. We did it. I would have gone on to do work like that. I would have tried to make something to rival the WHO. Something truly international that's focused on not things happening around the globe, or not things happening in countries, but things that threaten the human population as a whole. that would have been what I tried to do. And something that ultimately wouldn't have been mired in politics, because there would have been mechanisms in place to not allow countries to have political leverage over it. Because that is what's ultimately wrong with the WHO, is that there are countries with political levers pulling them. US, China, the big players, but you'd be surprised the number of small players that could also politic the WHO, and it's quite sad. It didn't have to be that way, but that's a reality that's never happening, ever now. Now, getting back to what Radiant Wisp was saying, we don't need biology to turn humans into zombies. Too true. Too true. We have social media for that. Amen. Amen. The realest of applause. Yeah, if you guys don't have to use social media for work, don't. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure that the amount of geopolitical news that enters my news feed, I'm quite sure it's responsible for my daily nightmare, episodic nightmares. Some slow-moving footage in a lab with white coat wearing researchers pouring vials into other vials, slowly and carefully. That is like 90% of what you do. Yes, you are. Actually, that's like more like 10%. Did you know that most of the time you're writing, you're typing? I don't want to talk about it, the nightmares, but yeah, they're welcome to 2025, everybody. It's nightmare material. That's what I'm gonna say, and that's where I want to leave it. If people do want to know, you know, feel free to ask in the Discord, and I'll probably make I have a little forum channel just for that sort of thing, where we can talk about the more serious stuff. It's actually an announcement I made on the Discord if people want to read that in the Proclamations channel. But yeah. Oh, social media. Ugh, not fun. What was I saying? Right. You do spend 70% of your time writing papers and looking at other research articles. You know, outside of the gas fire that's currently happening this year. You sleep so little and poorly that you don't dream at all. Now, I would feel sorry for that. I would feel sorry, but sometimes it's better not to dream. It's better for the sleep to be, you know, just a dead void in your mind, because what are nightmares but bad dreams, right? Not fun. But I guess you miss out on the good dreams too. Here's a question I can ask everybody to maybe shift the subject matter to something more whimsical and less depressing. Dreams. Do you guys prefer to have dreams, or do you prefer to have dreamless sleep? Because I imagine most of us have lived on this planet long enough to have at least seen a dream or two, to know a thing about a dream or two. 10 points to anyone that catches the commercial reference. And while we're waiting on that question, I'm gonna go ahead and finish reading Garini's dialogue so we can actually get to the quest we're doing, because this one's quite a doozy. So now I'm trying to figure out what exactly is written here on the slab. Maybe I can help. So you're the curious type too. Rasby says, I missed the question. Did you ask if we remembered dreams? No. I asked if you prefer having sleep with dreams in it, or if you prefer dreamless sleep. An either or question. With dreams, and let me go back and read the other sentence, and then read these sentences, and I'll finish the dialogue here. I imagine swapping contents of some vials, and the researcher looking very close to the vial, going like, come on, we're getting so close. Oh my lord. Oh, sweet summer child, you have... No, I'm joking. I'm being facetious here. Oh, but if you're pouring liquids all day, you are in fact like thinking that, like, come on, I need it to be within, 1,000th of a milliliter. I can only squeeze the pipette, but so gently. I can only squeeze the pipette, but so gently. And if you go over, well, that's too bad. Lost points, or you don't have sample to work with. Radiant Wisp says, you want dreamless, because some of my dreams give me some weird amnesia moments where I wake up and need to recall that I'm in the US, in my new place, and you have a wife and a job. It's really weird. Oh, so like the dreams are especially vivid, Radiant Wisp? Is that what you're driving at? It takes like 5 minutes to catch up with life? I'm sorry you deal with such vivid dreams. I can't imagine that being easy to deal with. Then Raspy says, man, I actually really miss dreaming. I don't. I almost never have good dreams. So, if it weren't for the geopolitical nightmare hellscape that I'm living in, my typical dreams are also nightmares. And they consist of freaking giant spiders. Like Fallout-sized spiders. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? The giant freaking mutated creatures in the Fallout universe. That size? Yeah, imagine spiders that size. I'm not an arachnophobe, but oh my god. I wake up at the snap of a finger as soon as the imaginary spider begins to pierce my neck. Freakish nightmares. I almost never have dreams. Then Raspy says, I started to analyze how they work and what kicks me out. Fun fact, in your dreams, you cannot invoke anything. You can't fly, but you tend to be able to do flips. My apologies to anybody who does have arachnophobia. I should have clarified that. I just kind of got in my own head. So sorry. Yeah, I did not mean to give people with arachnophobia the spooks. Did not mean to do that. But I don't exactly have the healthiest reactions to spiders, big and small, for that reason. I have nightmares of them a lot. What you found super effing interesting is how rendering in dreams works. Do tell. Radiant Wisp says, dreams take me back to university years. And I wake up and feel that I'm still at university, and it's really confusing to wake up in a completely different place. I feel that. The occasional dream I do have is sometimes revisiting one of my university memories. Or when I was at community colleges. I do remember that. Sometimes I'll get the dream where I'm still back at the community college, and I preside as the head of the science club, and I'd be busy thinking of my next be busy thinking of the club's like next fundraiser for something that the college kind of wants to do. Too bad that particular college is in a financial hellhole. That's usually what snaps me out of it. Holy spider dreams, screw that. Oh, you know what? It's not even the Fallout analogy. I have a better one. I have a better spider reference. Have any of you guys played or seen Baldur's Gate 3? Where there are giant spiders? Yeah, about that size. Imagine dreaming of spiders that size. Yeah, I would freak the hell out. And I'm censoring myself in that regard as well. I'm going to read these last two sentences, and then I'm going to continue. I should have been doing this, but I'm terrible at multitasking. That's the thing people should know about me. Raspy says, recently I have a dream that I was talking to a colleague after you woke up from a dream talking to that colleague? Oh, so you dreamed about dreaming about doing something? Actual Inception dreams. In the dream you go, oh, I was dreaming, now we're in the real world. That's a pretty scary dream. Or, like, not scary, but, like, sinister. I couldn't imagine that. I would probably need to actually write down what I experienced to hold on to that and examine it for later. And then Radiant Wisp says, "Whoa, you were the head of the club?" Yep. When I was going to, I can use the acronym GMC. I was going to a GMC branch campus in the U.S. and my particular branch campus did not have a science club. There was the biology club, but it was defunct. Nobody knew when the biology club met, and it might have been at the instruction of the main campus. Don't rightly remember. So I was like, why not just a general science club? Where's that? There's one for computers, there was one for English, there was one for the humanities, but there wasn't one for the sciences. There was no place for the computer, there was no place for the biologists, the chemists, or the physicists. There was nothing, which I found sad. I guess that's the state of STEM. You know, if it's not dealing with computers or medicine, it's boring, it's rote, it's dry. Couldn't be further from the truth, of course, but I find that with the hard sciences, you need to find a way to make them exciting to people with short attention spans, or you're not going to generate any interest. There's a reason that the hard sciences have a high turnout rate, right? And why clubs around the stuff typically have aggressive marketing. Like aggressive marketing, people are kind of pushy to get you to join. It's because if they aren't pushy, you know, people don't stay. Now, I'm going to finish reading this, and then I'm going to read this really nice paragraph and sentence from Mr. Rasby. So you're the curious type too. This stone monument was once much larger, kind of like a certain mirror in another franchise, but it broke apart during an earthquake a while back. If you really want to help me find the missing fragments, will you? They'll be scattered all around. I think the fragments have the same kind of script carved into them. If you find a fragment, please draw a picture of it and bring it to me. I'll be here finishing my examination of the stone monument. Oh, right. And the words on the stone monument glow with an eerie light at night. That should make them easier to find. One of them should be right around here. Please find that first. You can use stasis to help you find the fragments, but or you can wait for nighttime, but you still kind of have to go around looking for them. Let's see if I can't. That's lot Mentos. I'm looking at the map. I know one of them is on like the crescent part of the island, but I don't know about some of the others. I think there are like 4 of these, if I remember correctly, because we did do this years ago when we were streaming it last. And it took me a while to do, kind of just groping around looking for the fragments. In fact, let me go ahead and see if I can't talk and do, which I'm really bad at. So rendering in games works like this. Only one direction in 3D space gets rendered. That makes some amount of sense, yeah. Looking anywhere else looks like the Minecraft end dimension void stuff. If I force the rendering of a different area, I just wake up. Okay. Makes sense. Each time you become lucid in a dream, a freaking black mist or a Slender Man spawns and they slowly approach me. And because of the limited area, I can't run. They blink to me, like the Enderman and the Slenderman both do. Yep. And there you feel pure fear. If you look down, if you look at your feet, is it suddenly less scary? At least for the Enderman? But also pure empowerment because you physically fight that creature in dreams. Rendering in dreams. Yeah, sorry. I didn't read that right. So, I get the feeling I might have to look up where these particular fragments are, but I know at the very least where one of them is, and it's definitely much easier to be at night. In fact, what I think I'll do is I'll show you guys this, because You know, this is supposed to be a walkthrough Let's Play in addition to a live stream. A la Chugga Conroy. Let me demonstrate that now. Before I do... Radiant Wisp, if you happen to still be here, you mentioned, you know, your dreams from university. What did you get your education in, if you don't mind my asking? And that goes for anyone else who's gotten, like, a degree from a university or higher education program. What's your degree in? And perhaps, why did you pick it, if you feel so inclined to share? I attempt to fight that creature. It doesn't mean I succeed, but I did have one instance where I beat the shit out of that thing and actually won, but you woke up afterwards anyway. Fair. I'm gonna stop holding that. Oh, they just pop the jelly. They're not absorbing it. They just pop it. I didn't know that. I thought they, like, absorbed it. It seemed like they absorb it. They should absorb it. I'm glad they don't. Okay, now, what did I say I was going to do? Right, I was going to demonstrate looking for the fragments at night. Stop holding. You only need one. Drop. And then wait until night. Trust me, this will make sense once you actually see it. Okay, so here's nighttime. And if I remember, these fragments are kind of like hidden in the sand. Not hidden in the sand, but they're in like cracks and crevices and they're really hard to find. You really have to go looking for them. Hey there, Elden John 33. Welcome on in. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. You're here just in time. We are doing the shrine quest for the Palmyray Ruins, and we are looking for the fragments. Do I happen to have a ring? Oh, God. I used to, but no, I don't anymore, Raspy. I used to have a senior class ring from high school. Oh, you meant for Elden John. Sorry. This is what happens when I respond super quick. Such ring would be an Elden ring. That is a funny joke. Not gonna lie. Yep. So, this here, for the, Palmyray Ruins, the Palmyray Ruins Shrine Quest, the script glows at night, like the scientist was saying before. You just pick them up like this. He says... Oh, right, he has to take pictures of these. That's right, you don't lift them or take them anywhere. Oh, for those who are wondering why I'm laughing at the whole Elden Ring thing, I used to be, I say used to, there's always a chance I could come back and do it again, but I used to be an Elden Ring Reforged challenge runner. Elden Ring Reforged is a mod for Elden Ring. It's a huge mod that changes like 35,000 different things, ranging from rune pieces to boss resurrection systems, deflection, ducking, all that fun stuff. And I would attempt to do a deathless run using certain restrictions. In my case, I would attempt to beat the game using only fire spells or utility spells and nothing else. That's where the joke for Elden Ring comes from, for those who are just not in the know yet. Sorry, couldn't get to the mic in time. And Elden Ring is a Souls-like game from FromSoft, for those who are not aware. Because you never know you never know if people have heard of Elden Ring or not. You think that a lot of people might have heard of such a game. Nice, glad I found this. And what I don't remember is if there are 3 or 4 of these. I'm pretty confident that there's at least 3. Might have to go back to Guarini and ask about that. But, I would have probably taken that challenge run and worked it up to a hitless or even a damageless one if given the chance. Would it have been easy? No, definitely not. But that would have been my goal. These days, I'm largely a variety streamer / content creator. And I play on the games that people vote on. At least on Twitch. On YouTube, I kind of have to... What I've sort of decided with YouTube and other platforms where I make content is... That's mostly going to be it's too long. It's too glacial. Like a JRPG. 3 fragments? Thank you, Radiant Wisp. Much appreciated. Then I think I have a good idea where that last one is. Then we can safely return and take a nice break from finding Koroks seeds, because I know that gets tiresome. But,
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
while I'm at it, and that timer gave me a pretty good reminder to do so, I typically stream 3 days a week. Sometimes I'll stream on Sunday. It's not always a guarantee. But I at least stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will definitely have to go grinding after this stream, by the way. And I'll get a posterity video for that installed. I'm sorry, therapist. Airline coin is not... Airline coin. Oh, I mean... I still need to re-record that. I mentioned I was going to do that, and then... what I'll call the blah segment happened yesterday, and then the tired segment happened before that. I will get to re-recording that, and hopefully eliminate the S-ing that's been happening. That's happening in that sample. I'm sorry. Game? I promise you that they were in combat with me. I promise you they were in combat with me. Why did I get a sneak strike there? I have to... yep, okay. Clip created. I'm trying to make sure I don't say clip that in the, clip that in the thing, because clips that mention clipping are kind of like a meta fourth wall break. They're funny because it happens so often, but at the same time, it's cliche. You don't want that in there if you can at all possibly help it. It's really good as is. Thank you. I've got a better quote that'll hopefully make it take less time, because I care about everybody's time, and I know that I'm slow when it comes to commentary. Never mind when I trip over my words or, you know, I have the brain fog and I forget what I'm saying. So if there's anything I could do to lessen the time wastes on you guys, I want to try to do that as much as I reasonably can. I care about the viewing experience, and I know that if I were in... I wouldn't want to watch me when I'm wasting a whole bunch of time. I routinely skip ad segments if they drag on YouTube. So I know if get that crab. Make friends with your brain frog. Brain frog is best frog. I mean, Sure. Okay, where is... I thought it was around here somewhere. Ah, yes, right here. Good. I suppose it is best frog even, but I don't like the brain fog. It's a symptom of dealing with long COVID. It's definitely made the brain fog much worse. And this is after 2 booster shots. It's not like I haven't gotten a vaccine or anything. Long COVID stinks. Take the vaccination measures seriously, everybody. At least in the countries where you can take it seriously, and you're not in the crackpot US. No, the long COVID sucks. It does suck. I've had a cough too. Doesn't go away either. Doesn't go away. It's not like strenuous or painful, but it's there. It's nagging. It sucks. Gonna go ahead and park it here. I'm not looking for sympathy necessarily, but I appreciate the sorry all the same. I want to make that clear. I'm not trying to farm anybody, but I do appreciate the sympathy. I'm gonna wait here while we swap to the commercial break. Again, 3 minutes of ads with a 3-minute timer. Feel free to get up and stretch and stuff, and I'll see you after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break. Hopefully it was getting up and getting a snack or telling a loved one that you love them, something along those lines, a stretch break, whatever. Hopefully you got something you wanted and not commercial ads, because nobody likes ads. But the thing about the commercial ads ad break is this. I only ever manually run ads here on this channel. And of course, even though I've got them scripted to an automated time event using Firebots, there's no like automatic ad manager or anything like that. I have to manually script that myself. There are only 2 times I run ads on this channel, ever. Once is for the main break, and I have it set to 3 minutes so that I I wouldn't say it forces people to do anything, but like it lines up with my break nicely, because I don't want to leave people hanging for a minute and a half, which is what I would really do if I wanted to like have everything line up perfect. But I need time to get up and stretch and stuff. Like the ad length is as much for me as it is for swatting away pre-roll and everything. And it makes things simple and scripted, and easy to understand more than anything. The other time I run breaks or run ads is if I have to step away from my desk for more than like 10 seconds. If I have to step away from my desk for any length of time, I've got a nice little command, and I even have ads scripted to those. Because automation is a blessing when it's used properly. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yes, that's right. Thank you for entering into my line of fire, Mr. Lizalthos. Much appreciated. And thank you so much for the follow. We keep follows anonymous here, just so that nobody feels called out. I hear a lot of people, wait and follow after the stream specifically to avoid this, but I try to keep the follows anonymous. I just think that's a good idea. Less pressured that way, but I sincerely thank you for the follow. I hope you continue to enjoy your stay here. And please enjoy the 5 emotes that come along with your follow. I'm trying to figure out a good balance for what I want to, even though I've been doing this a long time. Oh, thank you for the posture check. That does definitely need an alert, a sound alert. Speaking of, that's probably a great segue to what's next. Got a nice little timer here at the bottom. If you look at your channel point commands, you get 50 every 5 minutes or 10 every 5 minutes. It's something like that. Anything in pink, for the most part, has an audio redemption on it. I'm still working on getting audio clips for all of them. But, most things that cost 50 points are just, touch it. Touch it, get a sound, get some rush of dopamine for the sound, all that other fun stuff. An example of something with dopamine or dopamine-inducing noises in it would be, where was it? Right here.
Let's give him a squeeze.
That's all it does, is it plays a sound. I had to go find the sound, but, once I found it, I edited and all that fun stuff. Things that cost more than 50 points have something else attached to them. I'll have to go back and fix a couple of them once the stream ends, but one of the channel point rewards, and I am sitting straight, in case anyone's wondering. That's why I put the timer on the screen, because it's supposed to be for the posture check and everything. In fact, let me go ahead and do some stretching. Thank you for the posture check. Much appreciated. What's a command that costs more than 50? Yes. The one in pink have me do a small in-game action, costs 300 channel points, comes with an audio clip and everything, or an audio alert. And let me make sure I'm adjusted in my seat properly. And you tell me what small in-game action you want me to do. You want me to jump 5 times, run in a circle, toss a weapon and go retrieve it, or something small and typically reversible? That's fine. Totally worth the channel points. Something like Point Crow's, not say X challenges, those, or that is 10,000 points. Because it's super disruptive. Typically, people like to redeem the word I. It's like the most common thing ever. Everyone wants me to talk in third person when they use that here, which is fine. That's totally fine. It's pretty funny when it happens. Because I typically have to reset the timer a few times, so people get closer to 10 minutes worth of enjoyment. But, now if I could just get, like a responsive trigger event going on, that would be fantastic, but that's neither here nor there. Nonetheless, feel free to play around with the audio, or feel free to play around with the channel points. I promise they'll be worth your while. And if you're subscribed through Tier 1, Prime Gaming, and so on, you even get double points. Double channel points. What can go wrong?
Hey!
Hello, Greenie. Did you find any fragments of the stone monument? I sure did. Here's all 3 of them. Oh. Amazing. Show me the next one. Perfect. You have more? I sure do, my fine friend. Take the last one. That's amazing. I love how his face is just like that. I need to edit this with like a caption or something. This got to be great. I have to do it. Excellent. Thanks to you, I've got a good shot at deciphering the entire monument. Give me a second to see if I can put it all together. Wow! Thanks to you, I've deciphered the entire passage. When the two find their place and kneel in reverence, the shrine will reveal itself. Ah! I haven't the foggiest what that's supposed to mean. I'm demonstrating it for you. Huh? Is that it? It probably is it, Greenie. Yes, go over there and kneel down, please. Or squat, or sit, or whatever. Ah. Thank you for that redemption. Now I can be a little bit more lazy with my posture. Just a little. I appreciate all the commentary as well from you guys, all of my lovely senators and inductees. I like to think of my stream as not explicitly my own stream. Like, yeah, I own it. Yeah, I've got the channel, like, I'm the one that comes up with the perks and things. But the content is just as much yours as it is mine. You guys give me so much to talk about, or ask me questions, or you know, say what's on your mind, and I respond. Like, that's 90% of a stream's content is just the banter and back and forth, you know, conversation. Of course, it's a little less than 90% here, because I do spend some of the time, you know, doing the streamer overhead things, or, you know, the Let's Play walkthrough thing. But for the most part, I would like to think that you guys help create the content too. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. Really and truly, when we laugh, cry, rage at something, a lot of it is fueled by what you guys have to say. It really truly is. Because I'm not exactly emotionally mute, but there are some emotions I do struggle to express sometimes. Feeling real joy can be hard for me. Anger, sadness, rage, those are easy. I can do that in my sleep. But sheer happiness or being able to exchange humorous memes and jokes, that's not something I'm good at. But at the same time, you know, I'm thinking of Tyrannicon when I think of this, where it's like, his videos are by and large him raging at something. Never mind what you think about the man and his toxic views on, you know, women or other things. Just the fact that the way the man makes money is by being angry perpetually is not really, or, you know, computer simulated battling between various factions is not really my cup of tea. And I don't want to be perpetually angry at people. Even though I'm most in tune with my own anger and my own sadness, those aren't emotions I want to feel on the regular. I just do. So you guys are therapeutic for me, really. I mean that in the best way, the most loving way I can possibly express. Whoa, I don't know what was closer to bowling me over, the surprise or the way the ground was shaking. So the two who needed to find their place were you and me. Makes sense. Good job figuring that one out. I sure never would have. Huh? You're fixing to go explore that shrine. Aw, thank you for the cat picture. Much appreciated. And thank you for using the Gigantify emote. What emote is this? Ruba Smooch. Okay, can I click on it? Ah, rhubarb with a U in it. Okay. Let me scribe that down. Without losing my paperwork. I would like to not lose my paper, although I will soon need to get a new piece of paper to write things down on. I'm always on the lookout for new content creators to try to network with or socialize with, find a community for. Rhubarb is your favorite place? Really cozy and friendly stream and people? Cool. LGBTQ and neurospicy friendly. I like that neurospicy is becoming the new word for neurodivergent. That's really interesting. I'm not really hip on all that language. I'm kind of old school, but it's probably best I adopt the new words for my own sanity and safety. Variety streamer with a bunch of art as well. I could tell, and if it's anything like that, that is amazing art. Do you know offhand if those emotes got commissioned or if they were drawn? You know, like hand drawn or self drawn. I can't express how good that looks gigantified. Oh, sorry, I won't keep you any longer. Off you go, Greenie says. There really does seem to be something special about you, though. Have you tried looking at the slate on my hips, good sir? But I'm just happy that the riddle is solved. You're a clever mystery-solving guy, and that's all I need to know. What am I, Edward Nigma, the Riddler? You know, from the Arkham series, or Gotham series? Although even then, dear old Edward isn't exactly all that clever. It's more over a trope. They were 100% hand drawn by her. Oh, that's awesome. She also does, oh my god, a Patreon, or every month she sends the letters with her art and stickers on them. Awesome. That sounds incredible. That's the one your wife got? An envelope has snail mail on it? That's fantastic. I'm definitely no good at the art department, and of course it's not a blessing shrine. Why couldn't this have been a blessing shrine? Game. This was a missed opportunity. The riddle should have been hard enough, but whatever. Oh, time to put on our thinking caps, everybody. And what say we don't demolish the wooden containers in here, huh? So I'm glad you got a favorite spot on Twitch and everything. I'm always floored by the kind of content creators you can find on live mediums like Twitch, or Trovo, or I don't know if Blue Sky does the streaming. I know X does, but wow, you got the fragments and still need to solve the shrine? Yeah. It's a lot of work for whatever reward it's going to give you, and it's probably not even going to be good. It's going to be like a weapon or something. I don't remember what this reward actually is, by the way. I did this before 4-ish years ago, and I don't remember being particularly enthused by the reward. We'll have to see how, we'll have to see if my memory, if I get to relive a positive or a negative memory. Okay. So all we're basically told is, oh, will the barrel fit under that? I think the barrel will fit under that. So I think we can at least stall this. Yeah, we can stall this. Okay. I've got some idea of what I'm doing. And now we pick that back up. That's the easy part. Although I do wish it wouldn't give me this every time. Although, realistically, I guess we don't need to do that now. I do not have art skills. Even though I've been streaming, right, for, what is it? 2020? 2019? 2021, something like that. I had like a short stint and then a longer stint. Like I had the college experience where I stopped streaming and then I was able to resume streaming afterwards. I've been at this at least for half a decade, maybe a little bit closer to 3/4 of one, and I'm okay with Photoshop, especially with the long form content I also do. I have to get okay with I'll read those statements in a second, I promise. I have to get decent Photoshop skills, but I definitely cannot hand draw anything to save my life. And even worse, I probably couldn't digitally draw anything to save my life either. Everything I do that's digital has to be on mouse and keyboard. No tablet. Have a stylus, but no tablet. So drawing emotes is definitely out of the question. An example of an emote that I actually did draw myself, albeit digitally, is this. This is one of the ones that I drew by hand. I think it's great. It's not perfect, but it is one of my better ones. I was able to kind of like use the photoshopping tools to my benefit. I I would like to be able to replace these with like higher quality emotes eventually, but that is a bottom of the rung priority for myself. Don't know what's going on with that part of my face. That's like one of your beefs with Zelda games, the unnecessary camera pans. I get what the camera pans are for, but after the first time, yeah, like that, the unnecessary ones. Like, come on. Like, it's my camera. Don't touch my camera. Yeah, I'm on the same wavelength you are. I truly dislike the forced camera pans. It doesn't matter which Zelda game does it either. Okay, what's up with this? Okay, this side's a little more involved. Oh, I like that emote. Great work. Why, thank you. All entirely through Photoshop. Oh, okay, no. Actually, all of it is through Krita. Like I said, I did have to hand shade that. I use Krita. It's a free open source art program. It comes with its own animation kit as well. So if I ever get the skill set for it, I could actually hand animate my emotes if I wanted to. But that would require more art skills that I quite honestly do not wish to practice. I was a fallen STEM major for a reason. Not that I dislike art, it's more like, it's just not my cup of tea. Drawing is not something I enjoy doing. Okay, so I'm gonna have to wait till it comes back, and then we can do the puzzle. But rhubarbs, rhubarbs are divine, just based on that cat emote alone. That inspires me. I am gonna remember that particular emote. I want to be able to I want to be able to at least Photoshop something that good eventually. Does she do any, or I'm sorry, does rhubarb, please don't fall off that. Okay. That could have been really gnarly. Dang it. And the barrel fell down. Cool. Does rhubarb teach any art, or is it, or like has like streams for this sort of thing, or is it one of those all that stuff's done in the off time? Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I have to step away from my desk real quick. I am so sorry about this, guys. Something has just come up, and I need to go solve that real quick. I'm gonna play a minute-long ad, because I think if this is gonna be at least more than 30 seconds, I have to be away from my keyboard. So sorry about this, but thank you for your patience while you wait on me. Or don't, I guess. Anyway, I will be right back. Sorry about that, everybody. I was really worried I was gonna have to cut stream short or it'd be longer than that, but thank goodness. Okay, all good. Let me get back to messages here, and let me also make sure I haven't missed things on YouTube. Okay, so far, why is that doing it twice? I'm gonna have to no, it's not that it's done it twice, it's that it's been a while. I'll still have to double check Nightbot though. Anyway, let me get back to the comment or the statements in stream here, and then I can keep going. She streams art. Don't think she teaches it though. Fair. Most art streams do be like that. But I'd love to be a fly on the wall and learn some of her techniques. Would probably make me a better artist. Not really something I'm necessarily gaming to do, but I mean, it's part of the content creation job description. Because I'm a broke boy. I can't afford to outsource my art. I have to do it in-house. Now, I guess for those who are maybe not aware of what I do for a living, I pet and house sit. I watch people's pets and sit in people's houses if they'll pay me for it. My clients are few and far between, but honestly, I don't blame people. Global trust in other people is at an all-time low, whether you pay them to do something or not. And especially, you know, the fact that I'm a random stranger in someone else's house, it can be kind of a earth-shattering thing to deal with. You know, not too many people trust someone, a random stranger, with their house valuables or their pantry or what have you. We already got the shrine key, so this is the bonus chest. Nice claymore. I'm gonna take it over the spear. Spear was cheap, but we don't need it. What was I gonna say? I was thinking of something, and then I sort of lost the sauce. Well, at least we solved the shrine, so how about that? Let's get our goodie and get out of here. Nice pose, by the way, Mr. Monk. Much appreciated. You give my audience something to look at and think about. It's like those provocative modeling commercials for underwear and stuff you see. You know, if you're going to model the underwear, at least do something exciting. Or maybe not necessarily underwear. It could be like t-shirts and things. The important part is just, if you're gonna model, do something interesting with it at least. Although I have to say, for what it's worth, I empathize with people who model for a living, because that is an impossibly demanding job for no reason. People are nasty and rude to you and demean your physical appearance in order to try to make a better product out of you. I think that's awful. And we all have Tyra Banks to thank for it, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. Oh, it's you. The shrine's glowing today, too. You aren't just a normal lad, are you? No, I'm not. I'm just happy that the mystery was solved. I don't want to do more snooping than is absolutely necessary. Oh, but you don't want to study? Sorry, I was having fun with his facial expressions. Let's continue onward, shall we? Okay, so we got the one at Palmerain Ruins. Believe it or... Oh, actually, we already got that shrine. Cool. Now, we got all of that stuff here. Got those. Got those. Got that one. We got the one at Eventide Isle. We got the shrine and the thing. Then we got this one and that Koroks seed. So now we're gonna go back up here to a shrine we've already been. We're gonna grab all of those shrines. Won't that be nice? And then I think, if I'm looking over my map right, we actually are already done with Necluda, and we can move on to the next area, which will be on Sunday. There should be something on the calendar for that. If not, maybe not if not, but I'll double check and make sure that that's the case. And then I will take care of business and all that other fun stuff. So we've got this Korok seed. Got that one. This one here. That's the next one. So, our stores of arrows are running quite low. I am aware of that. I will aim to fix that. I know we have 300 shock arrows. That doesn't mean I want to use them. I want to try to keep those for things like Lizalfos and water, or something where it makes sense to actually use the shock arrows. I guess one thing I'll mention about my Discord, and I know, Coin, you said the shilling was over. I worked bloody hard on this Discord. I do like talking about it. With my Discord, I've recently put up some categories where people can post things like food, if you want. Or, since they're forum-style channels on the Discord, you're welcome to make posts yourself. Nice water lily ring there. That's the nice thing about Discords. If you guys want to take pictures of stuff you're doing, feel free. Of course, you do not have to. Like, I've been throwing stuff in there for people to look at, but I'm not gonna at people for when I post pictures. I think that's stupid. Unless the picture concerns something related to you guys on for Twitch or YouTube notifications. If I think that's important, yeah, I'll go ahead and ping you for a picture. But generally speaking, I only ever ping people if it's an update like, okay, I'm gonna stream, or okay, the bots are posting when I go live, because that's how I have it set up on the server, or ooh, I'm trying to think. Does that actually work? That's kind of interesting. I may need to rethink the roundtable champions role. Not get rid of it, but make sure it actually works. Because right now it's pinging a role that almost nobody has. And I need to make it ping a different role. But that's logistical stuff that's not really all that important in the grand scheme of things. Yes, I would like to get up this cliff now, thank you. Keese? Really? What's the deal with you? Well, something's got my, one of my dachshunds all activated. Mount Dunsel is the next spot for a Korok seed. We're getting really close, my ladies, my gentlemen, and my non-binary people. We're definitely getting close. We are approaching 7/9, an irreducible fraction, by the way. Unless you start using decibels, in which case, why are you putting decibels in a fraction, quote unquote? Is it raining, seriously? It's raining! Of course, this game loves to rain. This game loves to rain. Rain, rain, go away. Come again some other day. Ugh. Absolutely awful. This game loves just raining on our parade all day long. Got that one there. There's the thing underneath. Okay, and then we've got this marsh over here. Like, we're getting back to Mount Turan. That's kind of what we're circling back to. So got the one. There's like two there. Let's see if going here does. We'll see if going to Kia Pond does anything. Hello, boys. Would you like to get a static shock? Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, horse. The horse died. I'm sorry, Mr. Horse, or Madam Horse. I feel awful that happened. Oh man, I should have used fire arrows, but this is the sort of scenario where shock arrows do make sense. For the record, this is the exact case scenario I'm talking about, where enemies are wet beyond comparison. But you know, my usual discourse of bomb arrows is not sufficient. All right. Are these new pebblets? Stone pebblets? No. Two, and then 3. Ooh, will these all electrify as well? No, but I'm glad I did it. So what do we have here? Flowers? Hopefully, if I've got my camera panned around, it should be easy enough to follow this one. Flowers I do have a tough time working with sometimes. Just because if you're not looking the right way, or you're not using your ears to pay attention, there could be... Thank you, suspected spam caller, for calling my number. You're getting hung up on now. Back over here. It starts and ends at the same point, I think. So, does anyone here like barbecue? Because I think that's what we're having for dinner tonight, is barbecue. I'm not the fondest fan of barbecue, but I don't necessarily hate it either. It just kind of depends on what it is, right? Barbecue pork, or like, well, pulled barbecue pork is delicious. Pork chops, the bones are out of them, sure. It's a restaurant that I've never been to before, or when I went to it, the name changed. Me and my folks are supposed to be headed out to a barbecue restaurant, so I don't know what kind of barbecue I'm gonna have. if I'm being honest. But I thought I would take the time to think about asking people how they feel about barbecue. Do I like going to new places? Sorry, that shouldn't be a tough question to answer for me. It always depends. I generally don't mind sightseeing. But I wasn't always like this. See, I'm a neurospicy person. Let me put it like that. I am neurospicy. I think the cool kids call it spectral these days. I'm not a cool kid, for the record. And it's like up here. That's the Koroks seed I'm trying to find. Supposedly. As a kid, I hated going to new places. It didn't matter what. It could have been like for the most fantastic thing ever. And I would hate it. Because I, as a kid, hated disruptions to my routine. Like, really hated it. Like, I got mad. My dad puts it best sometimes. If people were getting ready to go out to the ice cream truck, I would be mad that, not that everyone was going out to the ice cream truck, but that I too, in order to maybe avoid the FOMO, would also have to go out to the ice cream truck. I sincerely disliked it. I'm much better with that now. I don't hate going to new places. But I do like having an established routine, and I don't like it when it's picked up for not no reason, but, you know, arbitrary reasons, or reasons that show up, like, within the last half hour. But I'm a foodie, so these days I tend to make an exception for restaurants. So, sorry. I'm doing the TISM thing of taking a long time to answer a simple question. It always depends for me, but generally I like going out to new places. Generally. Especially nature. Especially, like, new forests, new wildlife preserves, or places like Finizzy Swamp, or Stone Mountain, or that sort of thing. It's not a simple question. I appreciate the recognition on that. I really do. It was very open, and I appreciate the long answer. Thank you. And thank you for letting me be seen. I appreciate that in ways that are not always the easiest to express with words. How do I jump from that to what I was trying to discuss? I guess for me, it's not like I hate crowds or loud noises. I'm not that far along the spectrum, although maybe that might be a bad way of looking at it, because every person on the spectrum has, like, different tolerances for these kinds of things. That's just a fact of life. But I am, unlike many autists or spectrals, or whichever word people want to use for it these days, I am not as picky. I'm not as overloaded when it comes to people. I love people. A lot of autists, not all of them, but a lot more of them in my experience, tend to be super sensitive with people, and that's totally valid. That's totally valid. Or especially when it comes to, like, noise levels or dealing with people. Like, if there are autists who get drained from dealing with people, I can have trouble connecting with more of my autist peers because I'm the precise opposite. I love people. Put me in a room with people all day, and as long as people aren't being, like, rude, or, generally phobic, great. I love talking to people. I seek out that experience. You have sound sensitivity? Fair. But you would not describe it as further along the spectrum. Yeah, that's definitely fair. You describe it as a different set of spicy. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up all the verbiage the kids are putting down about, neurodivergence / different level or different flavors of neurospicy. I'll pick up all the verbiage. I just need lots of time to get it perfected. Oh, that's very nice. Love that for you. It puts me in a bit of a bind, but I appreciate that. It's one of those, I don't often talk about my neurospiciness this way. It's nice to be able to talk about it. I like to think that I straddle the line between neurotypical people, like just the average, not average human being, but people who aren't neurospicy. I don't know if there's like an equivalent word for this, or like an equivalent word to describe people who are average or not on the spectrum or what have you. If there is verbiage, I'd love to know it. But I've got 1 foot in that world, and then I have 1 foot in the neurospicy, neurodivergent world. Good lord. I have 1 foot in each. And most of the time I get I get the comment of that's strange or what have you. Oh, you don't have verbiage yourself? That's fair. I just love the term neurospicy. I find it amusing, but also there is a bad word for autism that you love so much, but you understand it's created by people who probably want to avoid ban filters. Yeah, I guess it's at least creative, but I definitely don't want to see it. Neurodivergent is a really good way to describe it too. I'll probably flip back and forth between the terms. I will probably do this because I'm very used to neurodivergent, but and I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Radiant Wisp, but I believe both neurospicy and neurodivergent are both saying the same thing. I'm ancient when it comes to the verbiage of the modern day. It's something that my sibling would most definitely agree with me on. I am how do I word this? I am definitely a square. I am not a circle. I am a square. Coin is happy being a square, but he is a square, and he is aware that he is a square. For whatever comedic effect that's worth. Let me make sure I've got all the Koroks seeds. There was 1 here. There's 1 in the lake. There's 2 on Bremen Peak. There's 1 here. Are we finished? Do we have everything in Necluda? I still feel like I'm missing something. You don't know? Valid. But I do feel neurodivergent is more technical. And spicy is more casual. Fair. Neurodivergent has the opposite neurotypical, and it opens the conversation nicely into what autism and ADHD and whatnot are. Yeah, it differentiates between those and like the average human condition. Neurospicy, I feel, leans more into the I'm a bit weird rather than properly describing the fact. I also think it's lower key, right, when you look at it. Because if you say neurospicy, I feel like people have to stop and ask what that means. People also have to ask what neurodivergent meant, but neurospicy is using modern lingo that a lot of people use today. Like the way English is used in the modern sense, it's very vibes, memey, whereas neurodivergent is more what I'm more what I'm used to. Wordsmithing. I'm very good at wordsmithing. I'm not very good at vibes-based wordsmithing, but I can wordsmith. And neurodivergence is a real word that also qualifies as a wordsmith word. Oh, we could sit here and talk forever about the particulars of language, huh? Okay, if Urban Dictionary doesn't have a scary definition for spicy, then we are safe. And it looks very much like a good slang on urban, probably. I realize this is kind of the boring part of the stream, everybody, but I do need to double check the interactive map and make sure I haven't missed any Koroks seeds anywhere. Because if we haven't missed any Koroks seeds, then we're good. If not, we need to keep going. And I believe we have missed some. There's one there. No, maybe not. Because now we're bumping into the western Necluda area, and we've already done this. Okay. So the last thing to check then is the jungle. Did that. Did that. Gotta triple check this map. If you guys want to follow along with the map I'm using, by the way, I have, for you guys on Twitch, the same command will get you both maps. For you guys on YouTube, there should have been a timer for both maps, but it'll be exclamation mark or asterisk, BOTWMAP, if you want to know more. For you guys on Twitch, again, you guys use exclamation marks. You guys on YouTube use asterisks for the commands. It's just to delineate them. There's the standard interactive map, probably the first result on Google. NK plays a, I guess, somewhat prominent, like, glitch hunter, speedrunner for this type of game. At least the one I bumped into was pretty nice. Was nice enough to give me the coordinate map. And for you guys on Twitch, both the coordinate and the standard map should show up. So if you want to see things like object coordinates, actor coordinates, or more specific information and not a whole bunch of links, there you go. The only reason I don't use the coordinate version is it eats up a lot of memory. And if I'm wanting it on my OBS docs, I can't have it in the OBS docs. The stream will crash. I tried that. Let me go back and read statements, and then I think I'm 95% confident we're good to go. It's simply a little alternate term for neurodivergent person to use and express themselves. We good? Thank you, Radiant Wisp, for all of your extra informative help on slang and for your research. Highly valuable. I am definitely gonna write this down and start trying to use it, at least in some circles. I'll probably keep the neurodivergent, I was about to write it again, the neurodivergent part for, like, well, less hip to be square or hip to be round people, however you want to word it. The other term that was a bad phrase that was started on TikTok to refer to autistic people, so I would love if we could claim it at some point. It's not the R word, is it? I'm being as gentle as I can about that. If it's the R word, and it should be referred to as the R word, nobody should be spelling that out in here. I don't want to have to get involved with Twitch terms of service. I hate that. Please don't do it. But if it's the R word, well, no, good. I am glad that is not the case. Great. So I will look into the different word on my own time in an attempt to keep it out of here and find out more. And of course, if you're on the Discord, Radiant Wisp, and if you so feel like it, that can also be a forum channel post all on its own too, to like help educate all of the other neurospicy people that I'm quite sure are in the midst of our company. Or you don't have to. Not going to tell anyone what to do around here. Okay, so time for bookkeeping and wrap up, because I'm on a timer now. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate the company. I appreciate the fresh faces, especially today. You guys have been a real treat. I've loved the conversation today. Everything ranging from neurodivergent language to the sciences and a bit of my own history. I'm not going to gloat or anything, but it is nice to, be able to talk about that stuff too. I really appreciate it. You guys mean the world to me, and you guys are also my own smaller version of therapy, for what it's worth. Kudos to Rasby. He sent me here. I will be sure to thank him personally for that. We will be picking back up on Sunday at the same time. If something comes up, you guys will be the first to know on the Discord. If you guys are also on YouTube, I will put out a notice for that as well. I'm going to err to not make the same mistake I made this week again. I want to really prevent that from happening. Now, I've given it some thought, and in an effort to be ready in a timely fashion for the people that are going to be leaving my house with me, I'm going to cut and run. Normally, this would be a great day to raid people on Twitch. I would love to do that. But I got to go get all freshened up with a tie and everything. And that's going to be fun. I know, ties and barbecue. What an awful match. But I dress up when I go out in public. I want to look my best in public. If you guys hadn't done so already, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. I'm nobody's parent. Not going to tell you what to do. But it would be super nice if you did. I would be really appreciative. Hope the barbecue place is great and you enjoy your time. Thanks. I appreciate that. I hope everybody has a good rest of their day or night or wherever you are on this sphere of the earth. It doesn't matter what creed, for the most part, or, what ethos, ethnicity, nationality everyone is. I want everybody to have a good rest of their day or night or wherever. My senators and inductees, you guys have been great. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Catch you on Sunday if you're at your PC. Fair enough. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be, in my Discord or in my DMs or what have you. And with that, goodbye.